DM'd me for a debate.
Uh-huh.
And I figured I'd do it today, but I guess he blew it with everybody here.
I think he's just too into his ball slapping.
We are live.
Yeah, I don't think we need any of that.
Just gotta go and finish the missus' brew off.
Yeah, that was quite something. FE pilot. FE non-pilot. How you doing, Sarangaki?
Right, you got me? Are we there?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. 5 viewers. Just give everybody a bit of chance to come in.
5. I wonder who that.
Right, so this for the playback. We've got today. We've had, I don't know. I've just done a 4-hour recording. We had Rumpus over last night. We've had was it Hoymar that actually brought this to our attention again?
Yes, it was. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
so we've had Hoymar over. Well,
he started with it yesterday, didn't he? And he gave SE the underwater hotel.
Yes.
And then he's carried on with it again today.
Yeah, but I mean, today the 4-hour recording we've just done was multiple different. We had it started off with FE Pilot, and then ended up with Hoymar again. So Hoymar has brought back to our attention the fact that there is a bridge somewhere.
A famous bridge.
Yeah, there's a bridge that we took back quite a bit ago. We've already done it once over on Brandon's. I think we did this. So this is a call, hopefully a call back to the surveyors of wherever, to come back and hopefully help us out. We've just had, like I say, Hoymar again, not knowing whether there's a drop or a rise or whatever of the water level. So we're going to be going over that with the bridge again. 15 votes, that's pretty good.
Kevin B wants to come down. That's all right, isn't it?
Yeah. Anybody that's up there in the other chat, they give us a shout. We get dragged in. Anybody in the chat of the other one as well. I'm gonna go on the other chat, agents chat, just to stop anybody from spam posting or whatever. And we're going to be wait for a few more people to come, and then we'll start the well, I don't know what Brenda's going on about in the chat.
Brenda's in already.
Yeah.
Hi Brenda, how's your shoes?
Bebby, Beddy, whatever. He's, someone somewhere did something to someone, right? That'll do.
I was looking at a dog bone the other day, and I was thinking, I wonder if I can tell the time with that.
Nice.
I'm going to give God's...
Does my mic work now?
Yeah. We can hear you.
Okay, finally. Hey, everyone. This laptop seems to have issues with audio drivers and stuff. It's always something with this.
Brenda, it's Logic Night tomorrow, Tuesday night, Logic Night, and we will be reviewing Beddy's going over of the horizontal parallel logic and his, well, let's see. Apparently he delivered it right into the heart of the adult globe earth community, and I bet it's still putting shudders through at the minute. The very thought of horizontals being parallel is troubling to a lot of people. Right, let's get that shared out. Everyone, if you can, let's get this live stream shared out. Then everyone knows.
Updating some roles. Bozo's alright, isn't he?
Yeah, and to come down here, you know, for everybody knows that in the agent's room we're the mic control, and we're going to be going over a video. So, and it is the is that Emma super chatting? Look at that. Super chat, shout out Emma UK.
Emma super chatted you.
You get a free super chat.
Oh, do you?
You've been a member, yeah. I don't know whether to put anybody in this. No, like Mr. Sensible did that video the other day, and he tagged me in the video, so I got notified that he'd done a video, which was nice. Shout out Mr. Sensible. He came over here, did a recording. He didn't say anything about it, but, you know, we don't expect anybody does. It would have been nice if he'd have put the... if he'd have put the link for the Discord chat or whatever. I mean, he wasn't very nice about the people, even some of the people that didn't speak. He was calling them stupid. It's a bit unbecoming of a man that's supposed to be sensible. Oh, thank you very much, Level Bastard. New member. Welcome to the club. You want to, is he in here?
No.
Okay. I take it that's you from the chat. We'll sort that out. Thank you very much. Where was I? Got distracted by a new member joining. Right, so we're going to go over tonight a video that we've been over before, but I'm thinking it might be a bit different this time. I think people can see through this veil of model affliction that may have been running before, and it may be a bit different for other people now when we go through this. Right, if anybody wants to put anything, add it to the agent's live chat. I've not got any of the other chats going. Can somebody keep an eye out on the YouTube for us, and I will add the screen for you guys to Discord. And if I have ours, is that okay for what does that look like? Can you see that on the YouTube? Yeah, it looks okay. What about you in Discord? You okay seeing that? Can you all see? Can you all see soundly?
Yes.
Looking worried. Oh, dinosaur falcon as well. Check it out. Thanks a lot, guys. Right. Soundly is about to do. This is a video called Here is the Curve. And this is, well, the full story is that this is how I came in as a guy that said that level is horizontal, obviously, and that the horizon does not rise to eye level. Brought in by a man who said I was a child abuser for saying level is horizontal. Obviously having a bit of training within the industry and knowing a bit about surveying and knowing that level is horizontal, I immediately tried to go and find the top people within this, call it community, but I mean, you're just trying to check with yourself and make sure that level is horizontal, and then you find that there are people who don't seem to go along with the same thing that you do. And this is one of the examples of, I call it wizardry, that's occurred within the community. Now this, like I say, this is a video. We're going to go through it. Anybody, if you spot anything that seems a little bit weird, let me know. Because I'll let it go for a little bit longer, but I'll have to point out if nobody else spots it. But it's a good one for me to see whether anybody else notices exactly what they're doing here. If anybody else wants to come in and take part in this, jump into the Next Level Discord server. You'll be pulled into this room that we're in. Hold your mic control and then we'll go. Everybody all right with that? We're ready to go?
Let's do it.
Okie dokie. So I'll let Soundly explain what's going on.
Okay, I think we are live at the moment. Today we have Jesse Kozlowski. We're going to be going over the drive that he did, collecting a bunch of waypoints across the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway. If you are a new subscriber, which I have a bunch, this channel does take a lot of photography dealing with showing the curvature of the Earth. And I interview people on a regular basis. Today's not really an interview. Today is more of a recap of a project that me and Jesse were involved in. There were some other guys as well, Mike, the Globetard, and James, Dandy Panty. He was also there. And so we are going to be going over Jesse's results. So
Is that Mikey? That's his. It's like somebody's eating or something in the background. It's not us, is it?
No, it's not us.
Wow.
It's on the recording.
Yeah, I thought God's was...
Yeah.
It's a joke. Yeah, this is bad. I don't know how this happened. I've never heard it before.
So, as I have a new corkboard, and I'm adding items to my corkboard as I interview people, I'll go ahead and consider this an interview, Jesse, and throw your item up there. Beautiful picture of Little Tensas Bayou. Really appreciate that.
Oh, it was Jesse
And,
making
Jesse?
weird noises in the background.
Wow, yeah, that's heavy breathing and all sorts. Look how many globe things he's got, Jesse. I mean, he's keen, isn't he? Globe picture and a big, massive thing on the wall. Committed.
Thanks for joining me, man.
Absolutely. Good to be on your channel, Soundly. Actually, I guess I can call you Lance now.
Yeah, you can call me Lance or Sally, either way.
Just Soundly comes natural. That's how I've always known you. So
That's fine.
so yeah, figured it's about time we show some of the results.
I'm looking forward to this, man.
It's yeah. So collecting the data was easy. The harder part is putting it into a presentation and to a visual form. And I just got an email from Walter Bislin 4 minutes before we went live, and he's really made. I'm going to turn off my phone. It's I've got the YouTube going on the phone. Okay, so he's made a lot of enhancements to his blog, and especially using this data. So I'll be showing that at the end.
Yeah, I've actually been putting off showing people this this new tool that he's provided because you wanted to show it today for the first time.
Yeah.
So I'm really happy to kind of get it out there so that other people can start taking advantage of it, because he did make a general tool which lets people upload their own data. So this is going to be very interesting.
Yeah. So I've got a presentation put together. I guess
He doesn't sound very keen there. I don't think he's. He didn't sound. He's just been given. Remember, he's just been given a new thing from Walter Bislin 4 minutes before this live stream. We'll get back to that in quite a bit, but
let's see. Do I need to share my screen, or you're already seeing my screen? Let me know.
If anybody doesn't know who Jesse Kozlowski is, Jesse Kozlowski is the top surveyor for the globe model, let's say. When I went looking for everybody, I tried to talk to everybody who was a surveyor, knowing a bit about surveying, to have conversations, and Jesse Kozlowski is the top man. So when he's doing this is Jesse Kozlowski as a surveyor, like playing the part of a surveyor anyway. That's what I say. Here we go.
I see your video, but yeah, you need to share your screen. Yeah.
Okay, let me do that.
And I just as a side note here, I think that we were able to get a good audio setup here. If that's not the case, please let me know in the chat. I will check that out.
Yeah, let us know. We had different volume settings. I was loud and you were kind of soft.
Yeah, I think it's good now, but
Right.
I mean, based on looking at it, the
Okay.
feed, it looks good.
Okay. Well, look, I'll get this thing started. It's really the first presentation that I'm calling the GNSS survey of the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway, and there's going to be a bit of a tutorial on the spatial reference system that GPS and GNSS operates within. And I've already done a little bit of this, but I'm going to pare it down and go through some of it again. This whole thing about the ECEF coordinate system, the Earth-centered, Earth-fixed Cartesian coordinate system. So let's do that. Before we get into that, I'll just make mention of what kind of motivates me to stay involved with this whole flat Earth thing.
Right, so here we go. This is a supposed surveyor that keeps him motivated within the flat Earth thing. He's telling you now with the model, separating models.
I guess found out about flat Earth in 2015, and then once I was in, looking at some of this, I made a video called "Geodetic Surveyor Straightens Out the Flat Earth," naively thinking, well, that they just obviously hadn't heard of geodesy, and that'll take care of flat Earth. So instantly after that, videos were coming out about geodesy, and geodetic surveying proves the flat Earth. And over here on the left, we see different surveyors claiming that they never compute curvature in their work. And, that's good enough for a flat earther to just say, well, that means the Earth is flat. Well, it really just means that surveyor does not compute curvature in his work. And there's a lot of surveyors who don't. I mean, they just do what's called plain surveying because they just do a short extent of a survey, or if they are working on long projects, highway projects and other projects, and they're not doing the calculations, that just means someone else is. So I do what I can to try.
Anyone hear that? Surveyors don't compute for curvature. Like planar surveyors. Don't compute for curvature.
They work on a horizontal plane, no?
Yeah, he just said there are surveyors that don't compute for curvature. Lesson in wizardry. It's true. You just measure directly. No computations for curvature.
Try to help people see this and try to understand the differences here. So I'm just waiting for the next flat Earth survey or flat Earth video to come out.
So Jesse just wants you to know that there's differences, right? There's surveyors that don't compute for curvature, and there's surveyors that do. Different. Just wants to make it clear which ones are which.
And it'll be the globe proves flat Earth. So whatever we bring forward, that ends up being proof of flat Earth.
That is how they do it these days. Yes, yes.
So
they're busy spending their days explaining why their flat plane looks exactly like a globe every time we measure it and photograph it.
But it couldn't be curved. No. So yeah. So people know that I've tried my best to engage with Chris Van the Tree. Had some live hangouts with him early on, like a year ago, and then I tried again later.
Did you hear Jesse say it couldn't be a globe? No.
Back it up a bit.
Surveying because they just do a short extent of a survey, or if they are working on long projects, highway projects and other projects, and they're not doing the calculations, that just means someone else is. So I do what I can to try to help people see this and try to understand the differences here. So I'm just waiting for the next flat Earth survey or flat Earth video to come out, and it'll be the globe proves flat Earth. So whatever we bring forward, that ends up being proof of flat Earth.
That is how they do it these days. Yes, yes.
So
they're busy spending their days explaining why their flat plane looks exactly like a globe every time we measure it and photograph it.
But it couldn't be curved. No. So yeah.
Yeah, couldn't be curved.
Couldn't be curved.
No.
I mean, it's waiting for the next flat survey to come out.
Yeah, and like he said, everything they bring out is proof of flat Earth. It's not flat Earth, but I mean, Jesse's not saying anything that it is a globe, right? This is how wizards work. Jesse said it couldn't be a curve. No. Just to sound like. It's a very common theme of the way this works. Very clever.
So people know that I've tried my best to engage with Chris Van the Tree. Had some live hangouts with him early on, like a year ago, and then I tried again later. Especially when I saw this video that he's going to do this flat Earth survey, update 1. I haven't heard anything more about this, but Chris chose not to continue the discussions. I mean, it wasn't meant to be a debate. It was really meant to be a discussion. And the reason I'm bringing up Chris again here is simply that he's still involved in the flat Earth community, as far as I know, and I still think he works as a surveyor. And the point to this is this, that I'm going to make a presentation tonight that may interest him, and it would be interesting to find out what his take is on what I'm going to show tonight, since he has that level of expertise as someone working in the surveying business, and he uses GPS and made that known in our Hangouts, and he says it works quite well. So he uses it all the time, just like I do. And then further, just to understand that the things that I'm going to show you tonight are exactly what he would do if he could do exactly what I did. And it's simple. You're going to see I just mounted a GPS receiver on my car and drove across the causeway. So there was really nothing special to that. So
Right, here you go. He's just mounted a GPS and put it on his car. Drove over. There's nothing special to that. Right? Again, that's a disclaimer at the beginning. Nothing special to what he's done.
he would collect the same data that I collected. So it's a matter of taking a look at this data and seeing what it tells us. And that's the last thing I'll say about this slide, is that we all have our opinions and we can all bring our own ideas about things, but really it's the proof is in the pudding. It's in the measurements. So
hang on, Bev.
I asked Chris to go ahead and
Go on.
So what he's saying there is it's all about how you interpret the data that
Afterwards.
is given to you.
Yeah. He's just said it's all about the proof is in the pudding. It's all about the measurements.
And interpreting those data sets the way you want to.
Well, we'll worry about that bit when it comes to it, yeah. But yeah, it's all about the measurements that you take. And he's, do you want us to go back over it?
I'm good.
Yeah.
do a very simple test. I think flat earthers who are looking up to him or looking at him as someone to give credence or credibility to flat earth just should ask him, what would happen if you did that test? What would happen if you measured 1,000 feet? It wouldn't even take you a half an hour to do it. And the fact is that that all the GPS that he's doing is the same as what I'm going to show tonight. And the reason I'm going into this in some detail is because a lot of flat earthers are looking at what we did here at Lake Pontchartrain. So try to understand the importance of this. So there's no hocus pocus to this data. And we'll get into this a little bit more.
There's no hocus pocus to the data at all.
So in a nutshell, the system that GNSS operates in, or is referenced to, is a three-dimensional Cartesian coordinate system. It's a rectangular coordinate system, and any point P can be described as having coordinates X, Y, and Z. And
that's right, X, Y, and Z, fixed coordinate system. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to have a point P within the coordinate system.
Hope everybody's listening.
Z, Y, and X. There's your three coordinates, all perpendicular. Three-dimensional coordinate system.
that's how it works. It isn't latitude and longitude. It's not elevations. It's Cartesian coordinates, X, Y, and Z.
You hear that? That's how it works. Not lat and long. None of that. Just.
And this wasn't a flat earther saying it.
Says
Keep
it at the
that in mind.
beginning. Yeah. This is Jesse Kozlowski saying this. Wizardry.
Now, once you have those coordinates, you can do things with them, such as convert them to latitude and longitude and ellipsoid height. Keep in mind, this is
You can convert them.
Not
once you
measure.
have those. No, you just convert them. Yeah.
Convert, yeah.
three-dimensional system. So it's not only latitude and longitude, it's latitude, longitude, and ellipsoid height, height above or below the ellipsoid. But we don't have to do that. You can leave it right here, and you're going to find out that in the test that we're going to look at, these are the coordinates that we ended up using that reveals the shape of the bridge.
Right, so he says you can change them, but not for this particular test. For this particular test, we're going to leave it in the X, Y, Z coordinates, Cartesian coordinate system.
So back to this. Customarily, what we normally would do with our survey data is not leave it in X, Y, and Z Cartesian, but to go ahead and convert it to latitude and longitude and ellipsoid height. And once we do that, and here's the math for that. This was included in the other video I did. Just converting, you can go from latitude, longitude, and ellipsoid height to XYZ, or XYZ to lat, long, and height.
So he's saying you can just flip between one and the other. XYZ coordinate system. Change it to a latitude, longitude coordinate system. He keeps putting pictures of all sorts of different shapes and stuff up on there. Pay no mind to any of that wizardry.
And once you do that, you're able to develop elevations. Okay, so you're going to take the heights that are referenced to the ellipsoid, and you're going to apply a geoid model to arrive at elevations. And that is what we normally would be doing in day-to-day survey work. And it would look like this after you've converted to latitude and longitude.
Fantastic.
I'm sorry, there's loud noise, but yeah, he can't just do that.
Plain coordinate system. Look. Just a picture. It's got Trimble on it. Trimble's the make of the thing. I do believe Jesse was a sales rep or something to do with Trimble. Plain coordinate system. Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, and he says you have to convert it to lat, long, and elliptical height to deal with elevation.
Yeah.
What is he talking about?
Yeah, he's just making that up. You get an established datum and then you use the tools to do the,
Yeah.
He's all converting it. He's converting it from one to the other, and he's saying what you don't normally do, right? And he says he's not going to do this. He's leaving it in the one thing. So this bit that he's doing now won't actually be happening with the data he's giving to Walter. What he's doing here is doing it like a trick, a salesman trick, to tell you what they imagine. You can imagine something else happens at some other point, but not this time.
You're going to planarize that, because ideally you want to be working in a very simple system, simple trig, simple geometry, X, Y coordinates. And,
Yeah, and it's handy that you're using an X, Y, Z coordinate system to do that. And so you don't really need to convert it into this, because it's already in this to start off with. Just a smoke and mirrors trick that he's just done.
Yeah, he has taken a non-developable surface and just flattened it out also, in the picture anyway.
Well, no, it was never a non-developable surface. He said it was XYZ coordinates.
Yeah. I meant the picture specifically.
Yeah. The pictures is where the trick's done.
He planarized it,
It was from the XY coordinate system. He did some sort of conversions and all of that, and now he's ended up with an XY plane. Like genius, absolute genius. How people never actually notice this.
nobody really works with latitudes and longitudes when they're doing house stakeouts or construction stakeout or property surveys. We're generally planarizing a small portion of the earth, which could be a whole state or a county or...
Hear that? Doing that again?
Planarizing.
Planarizing a small...
We're generally planarizing a small portion of the earth, which could be a whole state or a county or even a little neighborhood.
Or, like for the UK.
A whole state.
The UK.
A plane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just, you know, Small, my neighbourhood, a country, a state, you know.
So
You
what
know,
you're
but
going to
it
end up
starts
with are
curving at your feet, you know.
XY coordinates.
XY again.
And we can make use of these types of geometric arrangements.
Wizardry. He's on the XY coordinate plane. He started off with an XYZ, and he's now gone to a plane system with just the XY. And now, look at this. Different planes, systems. Does anyone know what a plane's like?
Either using an intersecting cone or cylinder to develop these northing, eastings, or YX coordinates. And that's what the United States state plane system is built on, and also the worldwide system used, which is called Universal Transverse Mercator, UTM, and certainly all the countries in the world have their own localized projections for their countries. So here's an example.
Right, so did you get that, everyone? What's he just explained to us?
Separate for each country, yep.
Well, he started off with the XYZ coordinate thing, and then you can change it to lat and long and all that onto another two-dimensional thing. But then you can get it back to a plane. What they generally do is put it to a plane system, which it can be a state or a county or like a country, all of that. And they do that. And then he said a load of words, right? But I mean, that's a map. That's what you would basically measure reality with the shortest distance, a horizontal plane, and put that on a map. And then that would be the map, the 2-scale map. The changing coordinate systems and all of that, I'm not too sure what all of that was. But it sounded impressive. Changing coordinate systems and stuff.
At will, back and forth whenever you need to.
Yeah, to end up on a plane system that seems like that's what he started off in the first place.
He made that point very clear. He's not going to change away from that. That's what he's going to use.
Oh, Kevin B as well. Man, thank you very much, sir. Here we go then. So he's going to show us some sort of data now, right, to back up what he's just said, which it seems to be whatever they measure is on the XY coordinate plane, and that's exactly how you measure it, with the Z being a elevation change on the vertical and the XY plane being the other one. Well, that's what I imagined when I first came into it. That's why I said the horizon does not rise to eye level, because if you're up on a mountain, then the ground or the water down at that bit won't rise up to your eyes. It'll stay exactly the same horizontal plane away. They're parallel. Just coming from reality. So Jesse's going to explain now how this coordinate change flip thing that eventually they think happens.
Just showing you this data that was collected on the causeway. This is in Louisiana, South Zone, state plane coordinates on the North American datum of 1983, adjustment 2011. And here we have the northing and eastings, and here are the elevations. And you're going to find out that this causeway is very level. They built the thing to be level, except for the marine spans and the humps where boats go underneath of. Otherwise, this thing is level. You're going to see that.
What do you think he means by level?
Level.
Yeah, what do you think he means by level?
Well, I know what he means,
yeah.
But
Well, wait, no. See, this is you're talking about wizardry afoot here now. literal wizardry. I mean, he said nothing different. He has said, like, truthful things, Jesse.
I'll say I don't know who this guy is. When he uses the word level, level is a straight horizontal line to me.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna
why
go
should
with
why should you think otherwise?
Right?
Right. I mean, what's he said? He's not said anything different other than level. He's like saying it is level. Right.
Just you wait and see.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. You wait and see. Let's see. Soundly, definitely, but Jesse's smarter than you think.
Here's an output of a comma delimited file just from Excel with the point ID, northing, easting, and the elevations, and just a description of the road surface.
The northings and the eastings, what they are, as you'd imagine, north south and east and west are perpendicular, pretty much like X and Y on the plane. One being forwards and backwards, and the other one being strafe left and right on a plane. And then the other one being the elevations, which would be the Z coordinate, the elevation height on that. So with when you hear northings, eastings, and elevation, you can just substitute X, Y, and Z. Cartesian coordinate system. So again, exactly like he said at the beginning, and exactly like he said the data that he could transform, but he's not going to for this thing. Right, so the northings and the eastings are on the plane, and the elevations are what you're talking about here, right, on the Z-axis, the vertical.
And you can see these points are approximately collected about every 10 meters or so. And you can see how level they are. And this is in meters. So we would take these types, normally, what we would normally do in surveying is to take these coordinates and put them on a map. Here's a USGS 7.5 minute topographic quadrangle map. Here's Mandeville. And the coordinates on the side are latitude and longitude, but also UTM and also Louisiana state plane coordinates. They are here too. And what I've done here is
state plane coordinates, same thing. You get the idea that that's the plane that they're planarized earlier on.
Is just taken that topographic map into my global mapper program and plotted the points collected as northing easting values on this map. So that's your normal use of GPS and surveying, is to create a map for some purpose, whether it's for design, for engineering design, or a property survey or something like that. This is how we would normally proceed.
Right. Everyone okay with that? You get the northings and the eastings, or the X and the Y plane, and you would plot all of those things on a map, just like he has done there, topographic map. And that's what you would do, right? That's the use of surveying. That's exactly what you would do. Everyone fine?
Mm-hmm.
And here's another map of the same area, and this one is in UTM coordinates. So that is the normal way of doing business day to day as a surveyor. What we're going to do here is not planarize these, but leave them as X, Y, Z coordinates.
Smart, hey? Trick.
What?
Yeah. Whoop. Pretend there's a difference. Like, right? The trick's done, right there. Because, like, who are you to know? I mean, who's Soundly to know? Like, is there a difference? I mean, who knows? I would say there may not be, but I mean, somebody will say. They'll find some way of making a difference, right? Here we go.
And so we're going to basically be just dealing with the actual vectors themselves rather than projecting it to the ellipsoid or to the ground. We're going to be staying right in this Cartesian system.
Right, so which is the bit that he said he wasn't going to change it. We're
Yeah.
not going to be moving it to the, anyway. Rather confusing.
And here's what those coordinates look like. So we have the point ID, and we have the Earth-centered, Earth-fixed X value, the Y value, and the Z. And is this coming across okay? Can you see it on the screen pretty good? Soundly? You there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, good. Now, what I also did is I added the column E, and I put the elevations there. The elevations have nothing to do with these XYZ coordinates. I just wanted them to be there as part of the display so that when I create my graphic visuals, you'll be able to see what the elevation is of point SB. SB stands for southbound, point 42. That will be displayed. Also here, this...
Right, so why do you think he had to add in an elevation thing as an extra column? That as though he did that in especially, because the other ones are don't know what's the point of all of the other markings if he had to add in the elevations, and why does he not think they're important? It's interesting, isn't it? There'd be loads of questions. Jesse, if you're listening, that is interesting. That why he didn't think the elevation would have made any difference in his surveying thing.
Good afternoon.
All right, Rob.
Column is indicating the precision at which this data was collected and processed. And
into some wise men.
Yeah, we're going over Soundly and Jesse, Rob.
Yeah, that was a joke. I was being sarcastic. These guys are not wise men.
Meters?
Yes, 2 centimeters.
Wow.
Horizontal.
Right, here we go. You missed that then. He starts talking about the errors here now, right?
Was collected and processed. And
is that 0.02 meters?
Yes, 2 centimeters.
Wow.
Horizontal. 5 centimeters.
2 centimeters horizontal. These are the accuracies, right?
Wow.
Horizontal. 5 centimeters vertical. And let's talk about that real quickly. These are at a 1 sigma. They're not at a high confidence. They're at a 68.3 confidence. That's your standard error of 1 sigma.
Gotcha.
So for higher assurance, you would multiply this by 1.96 to get 2 sigma, or you could say just 2. Just double these. So we're going to say that the vertical is good to about a decimeter, which is what, about 3-4 inches,
so
right?
within 10 centimeters.
Right. So, just to put everybody on this, for some reason, he has Jesse Kozlowski's only put a thing on the roof of his car, and he's driving over the bridge, and he's taking GPS. So he's basically just said that the vertical height difference is to 1 sigma, but then you can just multiply it by something to get a better confidence range. I don't really know what that is. We like to work to the millimeter. Yeah. But they've ended up there 3 or 4 inches, which is 10 centimeters. So
he said a vertical accuracy of 5 centimeters, I believe, no?
Yeah, but then they times it by 2 to get 10 centimeters.
Okay, yeah. Right.
For an extra confidence range or something. So that is, that's 10 centimeters on the vertical. So this is a guy that's basically telling you when he's got a GPS unit and he's running it across the bridge, every one of the points that he makes, when it says every 10 meters or whatever, is within a confidence range of 10 centimeters. Now, I don't know. I would like to have a word with him whether he means 5 plus or minus 5 centimeters, or whether it's plus or minus 10 centimeters for every point, every 10 meters. Could be up 10 centimeters or down 10 centimeters, which, if it's just 10 centimeters, I mean, that's crap. That's crap. When we deal with the auto level, we're trying to keep to within a millimeter, because that's what we need to be able to do. We went with the water level when we did our test because it's the most accurate. You can get to the millimeter. So this, to be saying that the accuracy on the vertical is within 10 centimeters, well, a little alarm bell should be going. But I mean, he is just driving across a bridge in his car. When all
with a
said and done.
GPS on the roof.
Yeah, you get to see that in a bit, I think.
Yeah,
That's fine. Yeah, I mean,
So
that's
it's
still really good.
Yeah,
it's like
really good.
4 inches or something, right?
Right.
And I mean, I'm just doubling it up just for to be conservative about it.
Right.
You know,
Right.
so
Like right, you know, like right. No.
Doubling it. But isn't that a little self-contradicting right there?
Yeah, he's double it to be conservative. Because like, I'm not really that confident, so let's just double it to say how unconfident I am of how bad it is.
Yeah.
I mean, like, let's say, to be on the safe side, let's just say plus or minus a meter. You know, it won't matter at the end. And it really doesn't. But 10 centimeters is crap. Anybody listening?
you know, and you'll see them rise up and down as you look through the file. So basically, there's the file that we're going to be using for the graphics here. Now, here's an example of just surveying something.
Right, now.
All right, can we pause? Can I jump in and say something real quick?
Shite mic.
It's Rob with the shite mic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll come back with a different mic.
Okay.
Unless you can hear me. Can you still hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
Okay. These are supposed to be the intellectuals, the surveyors, the guys that measured Earth curve. With 10 centimeters up and down error. These guys are high, man.
Yeah. Yep. That's what he's just said to Soundly, and Soundly says that's still good. Because Soundly knows a lot about it. So Jesse's just sat there and told him that, you know, let's say, we could say 5 centimeters, but to be conservative, let's double it. Soundly's gone, oh yeah, that's good. It's good. Now Jesse's going to tell us about what he's done. But I mean, if you've noticed here, he's got Research Flat Earth. Jesse, this is. I'd say this is a bit similar to another guy that's doing a similar sort of thing at the minute. He's just wandered into another place and he's researched Flat Earth on a thing. So Jesse's got away with putting that right in front of Soundly. And what's he going to say?
You take this billboard, and if we were to survey the corners of these letters, we'd be able to draw lines between those. And if we surveyed the corners of the billboard, we'd be able to determine the shape of that billboard. And this would have nothing to do with whether I'm straight onto it or skewed to it. You know, what I'm getting at here is this whole idea about perspective does not affect the actual physical location of where these corners are.
Very important. Hear what he just said? You could survey it. You could do all of that. And perspective will not affect the positions of anything. So looking at it from a different angle won't change the actual positions of anything.
Wow.
He literally sat there and said that right to Soundly's face.
Perspective
Look.
does not affect the actual physical location of where these corners are. The dimensions are going to be the actual dimensions no matter what the visual looks like. So keep that.
Listen, this is brilliant. He's saying this to Soundly, remember, right at the beginning of the presentation.
The dimensions are going to be the actual dimensions no matter what the visual looks like. So keep that in mind as we start to look at some of this data and some of Soundly's pictures, because people are just really struggling with what is obvious. So
nervous laugh. Nervous laugh. People are struggling with what's obvious after just telling people that the actual positions don't change no matter how you look at it. And specifically citing Soundly's pictures. Some people are struggling with it.
Yeah, keep that in mind when we see the picture. Well, I'm sure everybody saw it already.
So here's a small test I did on the 6th of January, and that was a Sunday, and this is on Little Tensas Bayou. I went back there, this is a year later, and I measured the reciprocal zenith angles across that. It's about a 6-mile stretch, something like that. On the plane ride home, I did some calculations, and this is kind of rough here, but I'm throwing it in because this is going to be one of these launching points to do another video or a presentation on these results. But I just took the X.
Right. Did you get that? I'll go over that again. And it's just a hint. He never did this. They got a new guy to do this.
On the plane ride home, I did some calculations, and this is kind of rough here, but I'm throwing it in because this is going to be one of these launching points to do another video or a presentation on these results. But I just took the XYZ coordinates of the tops and the bottoms to determine the tilt between them, because obviously the plumb lines are inclined outward away from each other. And that came out to be 5 minutes, 50 seconds.
5
the
minutes.
plumb lines?
50
Did you
seconds.
catch? Oh,
tilt.
Wow.
The tilt he calculated. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the reciprocal zenith angles that he measured.
So the plumb bobs had a tilt. We did hear that correctly, right?
Yeah, he said they would have an incline away from each other. Is that what he said?
Yes. Yeah. You want me to? I'll go back again. Because these are the calculations that he did after on the plane ride home, the calculations.
To determine the tilt between them, because obviously the plumb lines are inclined outward away from each other.
Yeah, they're inclined outwards, so he's
Wow.
measuring the tilt.
And not
tilt.
only they're also obviously inclined outward.
The tilt.
Yeah.
Obviously.
And he's measured 5 minutes across the bayou, I think.
And that came out to be 5 minutes, 50 seconds.
5 minutes, 50 seconds, nearly 6 minutes.
Of inclination. And what I measured was 5 minutes, just roughly 5 minutes, 40 seconds. Let's round that off. Those are the adjusted angles.
So you're saying that
Adjusted angles. Not measured angles.
Unbelievable.
Adjusted angles. He's measured some angles, but it's just one angle, isn't it? 5 minutes. That's
So
only
everything's
one.
been calculated and now adjusted.
Yeah.
Okay, we're following.
And he's called the one angles, as if he did some others.
that your measurement over Littleton's Bayou was correct within 12 seconds
I wouldn't.
of the predicted value.
No, I didn't. I haven't even calculated what the prediction is.
Okay.
He hasn't even calculated what the prediction is.
So you have to calculate the prediction as well? Wow.
It's genius, isn't it? Like, I don't know.
So that's 3 calculations so
just
far.
calculated an angle, but I mean, like, and he's like, that's close. And Jesse goes, I don't know. Close to what? I haven't got a clue. I haven't even calculated that.
Again, I haven't even looked at this thoroughly. I'm just showing you that, hey, I measured zenith angles. That was the tilt I determined there. And then using the GPS, I'm finding very good agreement. I would not say, oh, it's good to 12 seconds or something.
Okay.
But if we want, we could round off to minutes, let's say. There's going to be a plus or minus value in the seconds column, but certainly we would say the minutes are good.
Right.
6 minutes, let's say. Let's round it off to 6 minutes.
It's gone from 450. He's rounding up again. There's a wizard trick going on with angles. I mean, what is he saying? He's calculated an angle, and that angle is some sort of an angle between verticals. The vertical angle's different. I don't know. I don't actually know what he's trying to tell Soundly here.
Almost 6 minutes.
Bev,
Maybe not.
Hold
Maybe
on a
5
sec.
to 6 minutes. Okay.
Go on.
Tony in the chat says he proved curve
Who did?
with Jesse.
Yeah.
Tony in the chat, maybe he can come on later after this and explain us.
With Jesse.
I can't defend any of this.
The curve. Well, again, there's no curve to this plane at the minute. Definitely can't be a curve to the plane. And in the measurement doesn't seem to have been measured from the plane to get the curve. So I don't know. We'll see.
Okay.
Carry on.
Something like that. So there's that. So this see where this is going. And now that's a simple test. Obviously, now we're going to look at a very long bridge. I also want to make the point that there's so much controversy about how GPS works, how it, like Chris Van Matre had made it clear that he uses GPS, but he doesn't believe in satellites, and it's all based on cell towers and so forth. But whatever the case is, I mean, whatever you want to believe about that, the fact is that highways are being built using GPS. Here's a road grader with GPS mounted, controlling that blade and controlling the alignment of where they're building this road. Same thing for these bulldozers. Everything this is called machine control construction now, and you're going to see this all the time. This is what's happening, whether it's cell towers or satellites. This is working, so it ought to have worked for what we did.
Yeah, I'd like to just reiterate that before you go further. Is that we've had a number of flat earthers, even the world famous Beeloo video where they were using GPS. So GPS is definitely something that they have agreed works. They just disagree how it works. So
I'm glad you brought up Beeloo because I have to get.
Oh, this is brilliant. I didn't even know who Beeloo was. Does anyone here know who Beeloo is?
Yeah.
Oh, please tell them.
Oh, I do now.
Yeah. I mean, did anybody know who Beeloo was? Because, I mean...
Not before.
Yeah, same here, not before.
Right, well, the Beeloo, for anybody who knows, is, I think it was a Spanish group of, they weren't even flat earthers. They were just like a group of TV people that went out hunting mysteries and all of that. And one of them, they went looking for an alien. And Belu was that alien. And Belu, so when Jesse references Belu in this, he's actually referencing an alien.
Like a little green man.
Yeah.
Not somebody who's in the country illegally, yeah?
Yeah. So he's got inspiration from a group of people that were talking to aliens. Not ghosts. We all know people that talk to ghosts, but this is a group. Jesse's taking inspiration, right? I'll rewind it because he has to say thanks to Soundly for bringing up Belu. Here we go. This is
Read works. They just disagree how it works. So
I'm glad you brought up Belu because I have to give credit where credit's due. This whole tilt thing here that I've been doing this past year, I got the idea from Belu. I'm not kidding.
That's Belu the alien. Belu the alien gave Jesse Kozlowski the idea to look for tilt.
We're supposed to take these guys seriously.
Yep, this is Jesse Kozlowski telling you where he got his inspiration for the tilt calculations. The tilt of what? A tilt of vertical. I don't know. What a tilt? There's no tilt to it.
How it works.
There we go. Listen.
So
I'm glad you brought up Belu because I have to give credit where credit's due. This whole tilt thing here that I've been doing this past year, I got the idea from Belu. I'm not kidding.
It's not kidding.
Soundly, you and I were out there in Minnesota at George's.
Right?
Wow.
Gets better. So now Jesse Kozlowski's talking about Belu giving him inspiration when he was with Soundly.
Hang on. At
George's. Yes.
George.
The nutsack. Yeah. Yeah, not that they're all in it together, right? Soundly, Jesse, nutsack, boom, talking about aliens. I'm going to have to play it again, right? We have got this play it back, but here we go.
Works. So
I'm glad you brought up Belu because I have to give credit where credit's due. This whole tilt thing here that I've been doing this past year, I got the idea from Belu. I'm not kidding. Soundly, you and I were out there in Minnesota at George's, and that's about when that Belu video came out.
right.
And those scientists were talking about the tilts of buildings and using GPS to determine that. So that's where I got the idea. I'm not kidding, and it works. By the way, it does work.
I've shooting yourself in the foot, huh?
I've computed the tilt between the Washington Monument and the Empire State Building, the Washington Monument and the Sears Tower in Chicago. I mean,
Nice.
I've never made a video of that, but that would be another cool little, thing to look at and make some graphics. I really need somebody to do animation because.
Oh, Jesse Kozlowski.
No
needs somebody to
freaking
do
way.
it. Alien animations, probably.
I'll do some animation for him.
Yeah.
Tell him to get in touch. Get in touch, Jesse. You want some animation? Oh, it's a bit late now,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Well, he's
Belu in
gone.
the tilted buildings.
Yeah. Belu
Unbelievable.
inspired Jesse Kozlowski to look for the tilt in buildings. I don't know, is he talking about the Leaning Tower of Pisa with a bit of a tilt on it?
No. Straight up buildings.
The tilt of
Hang
straight
on.
up buildings.
Give me 2 seconds. He calculated this tilt. They never measured.
Yes. Play it back. Yes.
Yeah. Belu inspired him. How far would you want me to go back?
How do you spell Belu,
Calculation
by
part.
the way?
I don't know. Jose's wrote it in there. B-R-I-L-U. That's how Jose spelt it.
P-I-L-U?
Yeah.
Get that. Oh, maybe. Hold on, I'm looking it up. E.T. Belu. Is that it? You reckon?
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, I could go back again, but I mean, why do you need to go back? It's the tilt of
One more time,
alien-inspired Jesse Kozlowski to look for the tilt.
I want to hear, did he say Empire State Building, Washington
The Washington
Tower?
Monument. Here we go.
Yeah,
And that's about when that Belu video came out.
Right.
And those scientists were talking about the tilts of buildings and using GPS to determine that. So that's where I got the idea. I'm not kidding. And it works, by the way. It does work.
Talk about shooting yourself in the foot, huh?
I've computed the tilt between the Washington Monument and the Empire State Building.
Computed. The
Washington Monument and the Sears Tower in Chicago. I mean,
Nice.
I've never made a video of that, but that would be another cool little, thing to look at and make some graphics.
Yeah, computing the tilt of buildings with alien-inspired computing the tilts of buildings. Wonderful series. I don't know why he didn't do it. I hope he does. I hope he comes back to do this sort of stuff. It'd be great, wouldn't it? Calculating the tilt with Jesse and Belu.
I really need somebody to do animation.
You need somebody for animation.
DP is your man.
You could do the little alien buddy animated on screen for me. Like that, what's that Microsoft paperclip? Keeps coming up with ideas. That was a bit ago. You get one of those, a little alien.
Because, the measurements are easy to make, honestly.
Okay, so we can establish that GPS does in fact work. Yeah. Regardless of how it works, it does work.
Yeah. Well, here's a graphic that tells us how it works.
It just works. Regardless of how it works, it works. I mean, they're thorough, if nothing else.
Now, whether you want to believe it or not,
because it works.
The fact is that it's used in agriculture a lot now, and people spend the money to put these systems on to guide these tractors. It increases their yields. They can run through these fields within 6 inches of each pass. It's a big deal. And so there's a lot of manufacturers building these systems. So let's all agree it works. We're using it. So that's the point I'm making in this build up to looking at the causeway data. Oh, and let's not forget, it's used in surveying a lot. Here's a guy doing some construction.
Yeah.
You want to know how those blade and those Foreman GPSs work? Like when we do when we have a GPS set up on our blade, like for elevation, we have on-site receivers and transmitters. It's not getting it from the satellites.
Yeah. Well, the little ones become the satellites, don't they? That's where they get the information from. They just sort of outsource it to these little bits that you then start using.
Oh my God, brother. This just irritates me because it's just plain deception. I mean, go to all these big farms and look what's on top of their barns if they're using these GPS units.
He's
just
not
take
actually
a wild
said anything
guess.
wrong, though, right? I mean, Jesse's just telling soundly, but I mean, it's so vague and open-ended that, this is where the wizardry's done. Soundly, and everybody else is left to imagine it for themselves.
That's why they said it doesn't matter how it works. It just works.
Yeah.
They're not going to tell the truth on how they, either they don't know or they're just not telling the truth.
Yeah. Jesse's not actually said anything about satellites or the fact that a satellite might be ground-based anyway. They're all they could be ground-based, they could be anywhere. Jesse's not said anything.
I think they're using the cell towers now, too. You know how they're putting all these cell towers closer and closer together with more receivers on there? I think that is part of the GPS system now, even for the surveyors.
Yeah. Yeah.
staking. They're about to pour concrete here. This could be a highway. It could be a bridge deck. I don't really know, but there he is using GPS. Here's a bridge, and they're monitoring the bridge using high precision GPS here, and here's another shot of some GPS equipment on this bridge. So it's used for monitoring bridges to high precision, and certainly to build these long bridges. So now let's get to the topic here tonight, the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway. I want to make mention that this thing was built back in the 50s, and it was built using...
Back in the 50s, before GPS, way before GPS.
Old school surveying, transits, levels. Here is the triangulation. This was geodetic triangulation to establish control points out near the bridge.
If anyone can see that triangulation of all of the points where the bridge was going across. So they were triangulating points on the lake in order to triangulate the positions to get the bridge to go in a straight line. That's triangles with 180 degrees. You there, Ricky? Or did he cut out? Alright, carry on.
Can anyone address Toady in the chat?
No.
Okay.
We got to get through this. We'll address him after we finish this.
They were using these as control marks to set out the piles and all of that. And of course, this old school methodology is still used today, except that it's not a manual transit, it's an electronic total station, but the same types of surveying activity takes place to build these large infrastructure projects.
Right, so back in the 1950s, they used the triangulation. Triangles have 180 degrees to fix all of the positions when they were making this thing. And also, the methods are exactly the same. They still use the same methods as they did back then in the 50s. Straight lines, triangles, 180 degrees. Exactly the same, no difference.
I got cut off, but by a phone call. But they only built one bridge back then, so they built the bridge next to it later on. I just want to let people know.
So, what I'm showing you here are the control points that were established using, like I said, old school triangulation. I'm bringing this up because people lately have been saying, well, the instruments don't work, or you're looking too far, and all this. Well, these are the actual control points. And let's take a look at this particular one, number 1. Here's the data sheet on it. It's a first order triangulation station. That means its positional accuracy was determined to 1 part in 100,000.
That's first order position for the triangle. Obviously, they're building a bridge. First order means that it's the highest order of accuracy you could get in order to fix the positions of everything across on that bridge.
And that was back in 1953. The elevation, actually, they have some asterisks here, and they are talking about the subsidence. In the Louisiana area, in the New Orleans area, there's a lot of subsidence, and old published elevation values are no longer valid, so they didn't keep that elevation here, but you could go back and find the original, and you'd have the elevation there as well. So here's all this stuff about length and how far you should be able to see, or how far can you use these instruments and so forth. This one's about 7 miles from station 2 to 4. I'm just doing the inverse there. It's just around 38,000 feet. I'm rounding off. So there's an example. So they kept these close to the bridge. That was the purpose. I'll tell you what, if this bridge was not being built here, they would not have bothered to put these points here at all. They would have just measured right across the lake.
Right.
And from a higher tower or something like that, they would just build a 100-foot triangulation tower and observe really far, like some of these lines. Here's the rest of the triangulation going on. This is just the southeast corner of one particular map around Lake Pontchartrain. But if you really
see that, the amount of triangles there, that's how you work with triangulation. You keep doing triangles and adding more triangles, and eventually you get to a point where all of the triangles meet up and all of the positions of everything are exact, because you keep adding the triangles together. All of the triangles have 180 degrees, and there's a lot of triangles for triangulating the positions in the horizontal position to pinpoint it.
Nobody did a 7-mile elevation shot with
no
any type of instrument. I promise you that.
That's a good point. These are all horizontal positions, like on the, to put a pin in a map. That position for triangulation, right. Not
and you're double
elevation.
Back checking.
Yeah.
When you're triangulating, you're double checking. So if you're off, like you're gonna realize you were off a foot on this one, and you can move it.
Yeah.
Like
the other triangle will help check the one that you've just done. Eventually, providing you start off with your main baseline, then all the triangles will help each other fit into position to adjust for accuracy. But on the horizontal, like putting a pin in a map, not adjusting for elevation, which is on the Z scale. Completely different matter, like Rakir says.
Really want to see some long lines. How about over here in California? Here's a little snippet of the California triangulation diagram. And here is Mount Diablo. These are very long lines, like 100-mile long lines. There's no question about it. It isn't a question of, can they see that far and should they have gone that far? Well, they did. They do, or they did. We use GPS now, but back in the day, these lines were observed, these angles were measured, and that is what produces the maps that we have today. So that's just how it works.
It's an interesting point. Those straight lines, those distances, those triangles that are done, those are what made the maps that we use today. Those triangles have 180 degrees.
Yep.
That's what made the maps. It's really, really simple. Jesse Kozlowski's, he's a good guy. He's a good guy.
Right, and the triangulations from the other directions all mesh up.
Of course.
They're all self-consistent.
Yes.
Yeah.
In fact, and when you start to measure these very long lines, and when you form a triangle, you have what's called spherical excess.
Ooh.
Because these plumb lines are all away from each other, so you're actually going to be measuring a larger triangle. So if they account...
A larger triangle?
So you blew it after we just gave him a compliment.
No, listen. Let's get it again. Listen to what he's saying.
Of course.
They're all self-consistent.
Yes.
Yeah.
In fact, and when you start to measure these very long lines, and when you form a triangle, you have what's called spherical excess. Because these plumb lines are all away from each other, so you're actually going to be measuring a larger triangle. So if they account for spherical excess, it's an actual measurable thing.
Right.
It actually exists. But we've kind of...
Yeah. It's a measurable thing. It actually exists. We don't want to go too far into it, though, right? But straight lines You'll have to ask Jesse Kozlowski. Triangles only have 180 degrees, and that's how they make the maps. So somebody will have to ask Jesse Kozlowski about this other stuff that he says it is. He's skirted over it. I'll go back over it just to hear this last bit again.
Thing.
Right.
It actually exists. But I've kind of taken a little bit of a side road, but it was necessary because I want to re-enter.
I don't know whether he was saying spherical excess exists, as in a calculation or a thing that you add, or...
That's the point I was thinking of, the spherical excess,
whether that exists, or whether triangles with more than 180 degrees actually exists. Because I'd say they don't. There's only triangles.
Well, I think
with
that's
180.
what they think in their brain when they say spherical excess automatically.
Jesse Kozlowski's a wizard, telling you. Oh, with words. He implants... Well, he doesn't even implant thoughts in your mind. He just leaves everything open-ended. And you fill in the blanks however you imagine you want to do that. It's very clever.
Emphasize again that the causeway... Let me back up before I talk about Mount Everest. The causeway was built using these old school methods. And here today, or in these day and age, we have done a GPS survey. So we're going to see how well these things match up. Okay, it's something to think about. And again, they built that thing level across that lake.
Level.
It's an amazing piece of construction. So, and as far as the long lines go, certainly, here's a little map showing Mount Everest and all these Himalayan mountain peaks that were determined. The elevations are determined from geodetic triangulation. Believe it or not. So let's get...
Why did he say believe it or not? To give you a chance to not believe it. Why say something and then say believe it or not?
Yeah. It doesn't sound sure.
It's meant to be giving you information. And so I guess people can not believe him if they want. He's giving you a chance, at least.
You mean like us? People like us choose.
Well, I mean, anyone. He's telling you whether to believe him or not. It doesn't make any difference to him, apparently.
So all that to summarize, basically,
yes,
surveying works, triangulation works, and GPS works.
Yeah, I think it does.
Yeah, triangulation works, surveying works, and GPS works. I would say so. They seem to use them all. Very good statement, Sally.
Well, it's not that we think it does. It's that we have practical results that show it does.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. I'm just chuckling at some of the comments that I've seen, and so I don't know how serious to take some of it. So here is a video you can go watch over on Sally's channel. Sally was like at Command Central, up there in the room, doing the live streams, taking the long exposures, the video, and occasionally, us, wherever we were, I know Mike would be out wherever he was, wherever I was, we would kind of call in and get into a live stream. So you can watch this. This was Friday night, I think, doing that first pass on the northbound side.
Yeah, what I call the GPS waypoints.
Yes, that's right.
Where you're recording locations of the surface of the bridge.
That's correct. So here's a little preliminary setup, assuring that we knew what the antenna height was above the road surface.
See that? You see that picture there? So we could ensure what the antenna height was above the road surface. He's got a spirit level, a cheap, shitty one. Looks really cheap. Just leveling that thing up there in a car park at the side, wherever. They're not in the car. Obviously, you would say there's Mikey here. This is Mikey on the Bayou, as he's known on Twitter. Jesse obviously taking the picture. So there's two people that aren't in the car that probably will be in the car when they're doing it. But now they're not in the car. They're measuring the height of the thing with a level on the... so they can, I don't know, measure the height of the thing above the bottom of the car while they're not in it. Nice. I noticed the way they've used a level so they can get this level across here to measure a distance. Very good.
So we put the this is a magnetic mount on the car. I just used a survey rod and a plumber's level. This level has a groove in it, so it just sits right on top of that round surface. There's Mike holding it. Here we are measuring. Wanted to make sure everybody saw that.
A plumber's level as well. Nice, he's got a plumber's level there. Look, measured the height of it above the road. That's without them both in the car, but it's important.
It was level. I'm sorry that Bob, the science guy, took so much heat because, the thing was his level was like a smidge out. So there's a picture of
Bob, the science guy, took a load of heat for the level, did he? That's the first. Never really heard that bit before.
I was thinking the same thing.
Did Bob take some heat for not having a level when he did something? I have to look back on that. Anybody remember that back in the day?
First I've heard of.
Obviously, Jesse knows about it.
It's level, and we're measuring to the nearest millimeter. If that level was out slightly, how far out would we be? So basically, we know what the height of the antenna is above the road surface.
And don't forget, he did say that the points for the GPS were 10 centimeters vertical. So he's measuring that to the millimeter, knowing that the actual unit is 10 centimeters. So that's nice. Again, nice that he did that. For show, I think that was for, really, more than anything else. Maybe because he needed to say that thing about shout out Bob taking a load of slack for not having his level. I'm guessing that would be a slope if you didn't have your level.
Don't let
there it is, mounted on the car.
And Napa's annual clearance event.
So this is me attaching to the Louisiana State University's GNSS live stream. Basically, it's called a VRS system, and I'm going to be getting corrections in real time. I'm also logging the raw data at the same time to process later. I remember as we were doing that live stream, people did not like the sound it made. It was, it makes a beep every time it stores a point. So it's incrementing point by point, and I think I had it set to 10 meters. We had it set to 3 initially. It was way too many. So, yeah, distance, 10 meters. There it is, right there. And there's the height of the antenna above the road, 1.53. And there I am going down the road. So I was going about maybe 40, 45 miles an hour. So that's the northbound collection. Now the next day.
So he put a thing on his car, drove across the bridge. Genius. And then the next day. I'm busy after that.
I did another pass, and you can watch this. This was a live stream that I tapped into and soundly put me on, and I was doing that northbound up to the crossover. So this was us preparing that antenna height. And here's Dandy Pandy helping me get that height measured, making sure it's level.
He's done it again. And
there it is. Looks level, right? Can we all get a check on that level?
Looks pretty good to me, Jesse.
All right. So there I am at milepost 0. That was my 0.85 and headed down the highway.
See, we've had Rick here do that live stream. Like, actually in the front of the car going out. He didn't have a thing on his roof measuring GPS or anything. But, I mean, could have made it a bit more exciting than that, couldn't he? I mean, you just got you just got pictures of him holding a level on a thing by the roof. I mean, well, you know, that says what everything really.
So here's the data brought into Trimble Business Center, the software that I use. Looks like a blue triangle, right? So let's take a look at one of these points. We'll zoom in on point 1294. What you're seeing here, this is a base station called Mary, and we're using carrier phase differencing to post-process these vectors. So that's what this is here. These are continuous streams. And this is the raw data here. So we're zoomed in on point 1294. As I said before, this was on Louisiana, South Zone, state plane coordinates in meters, northing and easting, and the elevation. Here's the latitudes and longitudes. Now, what I'm going to go into next is my attempt at creating a visual, some type of graphic presentation of this data. As I said at the beginning of this presentation, normally you would take these coordinates and elevations and go start making a map. That's how we use the data normally. We're trying to create and show you the shape of this bridge. So what I did is exported the Earth-centered Earth-fixed coordinates, and I converted them into a local system where I was facing eastward, and that's what you're looking at now. So I've just changed the view from looking top down onto the bridge, and now I'm looking sideways eastward. That's what I did. And this, because I don't use three-dimensional graphics programs or animation. I don't have that skill set, but I could do a coordinate transformation that kept the integrity and the relationship of the values intact, but now I'm looking eastward. So let's see what we look at next here. Basically, I'm trying to get this view looking east from inside the Earth. So I've created a plane that encompasses the origin of the ECEF coordinates, which is 0, 0, 0, and forming a triangle that way. And that's the plane that I'm in. It's almost like a section through the Earth there.
Right, so that's the plane that he's in. What plane is that he's in? Do you reckon?
He said the plane coordinate system of Louisiana.
He says he's looking eastwards. Right? And the plane that he's in. Right? Not the plane that he's looking at. The plane he's in. I'll have to go back again, right? Technical words that he's saying.
So let's see what we look at next here. Basically, I'm trying to get this view looking east from inside the Earth. So I've created a plane that encompasses the origin of the ECEF coordinates, which is 0, 0, 0, and forming a triangle that way. and that's the plane that I'm in. It's almost like a section through the earth there.
Right, the plane that he's in, looking eastwards. To me, the way he was doing it, he's got a point here, a point here, and then he comes back to like this point here at this side of the lake. So he's making a triangle across the lake, and he's looking eastwards across the bridge. So he's making a plane, right? Does that sound right for everyone? Because the plane that he's in, looking that way. Does that make sense? Anyone? Because that's what it seems to me like. Because he's got this here. You're looking. This is along the bridge. So you've got to be looking on that plane, right? The bridge from one side to the other. And if you're in the plane and you're looking eastwards, you're looking on the plane. That's the way I read that. That makes sense to me. Like, so you're looking on the plane and there's an elevation of the bridge from the water or whatever. And that's what you're looking at. I think.
In plain English, he's looking at the bridge side view.
I think so. Eastwards, he said. Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's see what we look at next here. Basically, I'm trying to get this view looking east from inside the Earth. So I've created a plane that encompasses the origin of the ECEF coordinates, which is 0, 0.
Back up. That's twice I heard that.
Yeah, he says it again. It's definitely
inside the Earth.
Yeah, he wants
inside the Earth.
Yeah, he wants to put you inside the Earth. But like the only other plane it could be is a vertical plane. And then how could you be in that vertical plane looking eastwards? You would be in the vertical plane. You'd only be able to look up and down, right? The way I see it, if you're in the plane looking eastwards, then the plane runs eastwards. I mean, you can say that what he's doing is, if you want to have another plane that's vertical, they're the only two planes really. The plane across the lake with encompassing the bridge on that plane, or the plane that goes from the bridge into the Earth, a vertical plane.
Well, he said in the Earth.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's a wizardry. It's not direct. What plane does Jesse think he's measuring? Like, what plane is he talking about here? Well, if you're doing a map, then you put it on the plane, the map plane, which will be looking eastwards, and that's the way he's looking, right, on the map. At least that's the way I would believe it to be, because he's surveying. That's what you do. Your state plane coordinate system is that plane. The other plane's a vertical plane. Would you agree? No. Okay.
0.
He needs some splaining
and
to do.
forming a triangle that way. And that's the plane that I'm in. It's almost like a section through the Earth there.
Again.
So here it is. Here I am showing you that view again in my software and what I'm trying to create. And I hope that's coming through. Again, if anybody knows how to do animation and can actually move this camera and make this happen, that would be awesome. But the point being is that what you're going to now start to see is the literal shape of the bridge. So here are, as I showed you before, the Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinates and their elevations. And now we're going to zoom in on a couple of these points. Here we are at point 44, right here. It's a little masked there, but that's elevation 5.72. Here's 573, 570. So the reason I'm doing this for you is that it's hard to visualize where these are in relation to each other. So I've created this view so that we can look at that. Let's take a look at some others. Now here you can see it's 5 7s. It's all these 5 7s. Now it's 5 8. Takes a little dip here. Then you see it's going to rise up. All right, that's the elevations. And this is one of the spans, one of the little shorter ones. It's rising up on a hump. And here we are looking at that hump.
Right, so what he's doing here is he's talking about the hump on the bridge. He's talking about elevations. Now he's just established a plane. I don't know what and he's talking about an elevation. So
a hump, one of my favorite words.
Well, yeah, but he's talking about the humps of the the rises where you can go for the boats or whatever, That's what he's talking about here.
Bad.
These they're the humps. But what he's talking about an elevation change. Right? Now, is that elevation change from the plane he's already established for his base?
Well, it would have to be.
Okay, so the plane that he must have set must have been a horizontal plane. And now we're talking about the elevation above that plane that he set initially. Right? Is that what you understand?
That's what I understand,
okay.
Yeah.
Now he's showing you a little elevation change, the difference on it.
And this is what it looks like from the side view. This one's at 16.16 meters, 0.665. Okay. Let's take a look at, this is the bigger marine span. There, it's up here in the 18.5 meters, 18.57. You can see that. And afterwards, it starts to dive down again and get back down to the level elevations. So let's hear. This is the large hump. That's 0.1326 at 18.57 meters. See this line right here? That's the chord. I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. That's the chord connecting the from where I started and to where I ended on the level points. I connected two of the level points. So I'll show you that in another couple slides.
Interesting, right? Make sure you get that. That's Jesse. Here we go. Say it again.
That's 0.1326 at 18.57 meters. See this line right here? That's the chord. I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. That's the chord connecting the from where I started and to where I ended on the level points. I connected two of the level points. So I'll show you that in another couple slides.
On the level.
Okay, so there's that point right there. Now, what are these guys doing?
Right, now here we go. Wizardry. We're just talking about a chord. And he's going to get back to it in a bit. But in between, just after saying the chord, so you can forget about it, we're going to do a little bit of wizardry, talking about something completely irrelevant.
They're checking their pool cues. I found this on the internet, and I'm showing you this is how you check to make sure your pool cue is straight.
No, you don't. You just put it on the pool table and roll it.
And you roll it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that'll tell you. You don't do this. But hey, Jesse, I guess Jesse hasn't played pool.
When you look at that pool cue like this, if it's warped, it's been sitting over in the corner for a long time, no one's used it, it's going to have a bend to it. You're going to see it, right? Makes sense, right? Common sense. So here's what I'm going to do with my
negative. No sense.
Makes sense, doesn't it? Like, so he's just gone from one, and this is a reoccurring theme that's going to happen. He's just gone and showed you a chord and a design that he's made, and then now we're going back again.
With the view, this cross-section view, I'm going to start to turn it from the side. You can start to see now there's a little hump there and there's a hump there, and turn a little bit more. And each time I turn it, I zoom in so you could kind of see what's going on. This is the shape of the bridge starting to appear as I turn in my software.
Ooh, see that?
Wow, that was a sheer
turned
curve
his
there.
software and boom,
bang!
Like what? There we go.
Starting to appear as I turn in my software.
Ooh, and go on again.
Jesse, that's the large. I think that's the large marine span. There's a couple humps that. One of these humps, Sally, you said you weren't even aware of, right? One of them, I forget which one.
There's my humps. Come on.
It's from the South Shore. If you're looking out at the 8-mile marine span, there's a marine hump directly behind it. I guess it's right about 9 miles.
Right. Oh, okay, that'd be that one.
And it's on the it's on the west lane, and it's just from the angle that we normally look at. You don't pick it out, but it is there. You go back and look in the video footage, and you can see the cars.
Now, is it on the northbound side or the southbound?
Distraction.
It's
very clever.
It's on the north. It's on the southbound lane.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what this is. The southbound.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
It's on what? It's on both lanes.
And in fact, I think that's my next slide.
I was waiting for you to chime in.
He's just distracting soundly. Right?
I was just thinking, imagine what Rakia is thinking right now. He goes over this bridge every freaking day almost.
How can I hump to let boat traffic underneath be on one lane?
He's just distracted him. Watch what he does with the picture. Look at this. There's that, that bit of a hump that he just sort of... Because this length of the bridge doesn't change at all. Watch what happens. He just...
There's that chord, and in fact, I think my next slide is to... Boom! Oh, yeah, here's my last turn.
That's his last turn. And when he does a turn, he doesn't do anything. Like, the length of it stays exactly the same. It just sort of develops this hump in the middle. It's ridiculous.
So that's about as far as I could go. And after that, the thing would start to disappear. I don't know why, but the graphics would not allow me to turn this anymore.
The computer said, no, Jesse. You can't turn it anymore. Because the computer started saying no. Look at that. Started off with a straight line.
That's as far as I could get, and so I made a screenshot of that. So here's the side view again, and that's my midpoint, 981. If anybody wants to check this math, that's the chord. It's 28 point, like rounded off to 28.5, let's say.
That's 28.5 meters, or 28.497, 2467, 467. Call it 20.
That's 90 feet for
28 and
North
a half meters above the chord. This Sagitta height here. This is a chord that goes from one level point to the other. And there is a 28.5 meter hump. No way of denying that.
Hump.
That's a number there. 28.5 meter hump in the middle. It's higher than the two endpoints. That's what this line here signifies. A chord.
There's that beautiful hump.
Here we go. Listen to what Jesse says about it.
Or 28.46 if you want to go to the nearest centimeter. And this is the length from the first level point that I kept in my sample to the last level point. And that's the distance.
So that distance would be the shortest distance between those 2 points being a straight line. I would presume, unless anybody knows any shorter distances than a straight line. Talking specifically to Bob. He definitely thinks there is one. So we've got a straight line distance, which he calls the chord, and then you've got a 28.5 meter hump of water. That is 28.5 meters, like way beyond cavitation point of water. Impossible number.
That's a 90-foot hotel, by the way.
But Jesse said you can calculate it yourself, Anybody wants to get the calculators out and imagine how much of a hump there should be in the middle of the Lake Pontchartrain? See whether you can calculate a bigger hump than 28.5 meters across a level lake.
You'd think that'd be noticeable, right, if you're standing on the shore there on either end?
Yeah. Well, it's impossible, isn't it, that to have water rising in front of you? Because if you're stood at one side here, Jesse's got the chord going straight from one point to the other across the bridge. And then above that, you've got a 28.5 meter hump of water. I mean, that would be like a mountain, isn't it?
A mountain? Yeah, a 90-foot mountain.
28.5. Yeah, in water terms, 28.5 meters is quite high for a hump
We're talking,
of water.
you need an elevator.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need an elevator, like 8 stories at least.
Yeah, nice.
You know.
Nice.
So pretty interesting that shape that you just showed us there, Jesse. Would you like to expound on that a little bit?
That's pretty interesting shape, isn't it? For water. Yeah.
Of water? Yeah, I'd say it's a
pretty
really interesting shape.
Yeah.
Shape right here?
Yeah.
Well, it looks curved to me. Is that where you're going with this? I mean, let's...
He did turn it in his computer to make it curve like that, didn't he? I mean, Townley looks really impressed.
But, I mean, we are talking about a bridge, right?
I think he helped Soundly with that one. That he did that especially for Soundly.
Are those, what are the pointy bits?
They're the humps. They're the what Jesse calls the humps.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, I just thought I'd point it out.
The hump spans.
Everyone else must be wondering what they are.
Yeah.
I just thought I'd point it out.
That's
a bit steep, aren't they?
You drive boats under. Yeah. Well, he did turn
it
a few times, didn't he?
Are they up at the time?
Yeah, they're not. They're not like London Bridge.
Oh.
It's kind of obvious, right?
Yeah. It looks a little similar to photography, don't you think?
Yeah. Well, don't let the kid...
looks a little similar to his photography. Like, yeah, come on, Soundly.
Not out of the bag yet. Keep in mind, these are level. I mean, if you look at these, except for the humps.
Exactly.
These are all at 5.7, 5.7, 5.7.
Right.
5.7. The thing was built to be level.
See, he's even telling you. When he's saying there 5.7, 5.7, 5.7, 5.7, that's above the water. He's playing tricks. I'm going to leave it playing
the
for a
water's
bit.
curving. He's telling you in so many words,
I'm going to have to leave it playing for a bit. I'll be back in a minute.
Above that water. So I don't know. Do we really need
So
to
it's-
talk about the difference between level and flat?
Exactly. It's level and curved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
It's actually
Yes.
amazingly level considering the distance that they had
Oh.
to build this thing.
I'm telling you, it's
20
really,
for 24 miles. They're very consistent, don't you think?
it's awesome. It is
It's an amazing
it is an amazing
piece of architecture,
construction.
really. Yeah,
It is.
exactly.
The way I phrase it is a monument to the curvature of the earth.
It is a
really
monument. to
It's
the
a
curvature of
man-made
the
monument.
earth.
It
I
really
totally
is.
agree with that.
It really is. So, and you can't make this up. I mean, it's just there. It is. I mean, I collected the data, processed it, output it. That's it. Here, and all this is just me trying to create views so you can see it. So there it is. Now, let's see. Where are we going next? Okay, so there's the chord. You can check that math if you want. This was pretty cool, though. Today I found this morning. I was just doing some searching on I forget what, but I came up. What I was really trying to find was construction, old historic, maybe photography of them building the causeway, and I thought maybe somebody captured some surveyors out there doing the work. I didn't find any of that, but I did find this article. This is from 2011, and somebody. I haven't read the whole thing yet, but he is talking about computing the radius of the Earth using this bridge.
Talking about computing it again.
So it's interesting. I'm going to take a look at this. I'm just showing you a couple portions of it. But look what I did here.
But look what I did here. You ready for this? This is the magic.
I took a sample.
Program.
Just creating that blue circle is the result of doing what's called a three coplanar points in 3D would describe a circle. So I selected one of my beginning points, one in the middle, and one at the end. I'm making sure that I didn't pick one of the humps. I wanted to make sure I was picking, the points on the level spans.
Right. The lower deck, as I call it.
And bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
Yeah? Did you get that?
Wow.
Do you want me to run back over that again? Because I don't know whether you managed to get that.
Oh, there was a lot of goodies there.
Is the result of doing what's called a three coplanar points in 3D would describe a circle. So
3 coplanar points in 3D. I don't know if anybody
Circle.
else knows what that would be. 3 coplanar points in 3D is a triangle. Just in case you don't know. Because any 3 points are coplanar. And that's a triangle. It describes the plane of the triangle. Because a triangle is a 2-dimensional shape. And when you join all of those points up, you establish a plane. That's why it says they are coplanar.
That's kindergarten point drawing, right? And then color.
3 coplanar points. Yeah. Right, so that's all we've done. He's picked 3 points, one at the beginning of the bridge, one at the end of the bridge, and one level point in the middle of the bridge. So 3 level points to make a coplanar surface.
But we have a problem, Houston.
And bam! And bam!
Isn't there a 28.5 meter hump somewhere there?
3 coplanar points. Yeah, exactly. That's the point in the middle that he had unless he means the planar point that would be on the chord. Or, well, I mean, if they are level and level is horizontal, then the plane would be on the level, like it would be a level plane, like he said. Level point at one end, level point at the other end, and a level point in the middle makes a 3 coplanar points on the level plane, you would imagine. But oh no, Jesse.
So I selected one of my
On the
beginning
vertical?
points, one in the middle, and one at the end. I'm making sure that I didn't pick one of the humps. I wanted to make sure I was picking, the points on the level spans.
Right, on the level, 3 on the level points.
Yeah.
Right. The lower
And-
deck, as I call it.
And bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
Wow. Do you like that? Bam.
Bam.
And bam. There's the radius of the Earth. I mean, do you reckon you get that past David Weiss? Like, we got
No chance.
a level point and a level point and one in the middle. We didn't want to get the humps in the middle. We made sure we got a level point. And bam, there's the radius of the Earth. Give me your Bitcoin.
He'd laugh him out of Discord.
Well, that wouldn't be enough for me. But what do you think, Soundly? Do you think Soundly would go for that? I mean, it's just pure wizardry what he just did then. Just bam. There you go.
From that, and I did
tell
two of
somebody-
them. I didn't even do a bunch. I did,
He just did
did
two.
a couple of them. And then I looked up a calculator that gives you the radius by latitude, and we're right about at 30 here. The south end of the bridge is at 30. The north end is at 20 minutes. I just went with 30. And
So let me pause you.
Distraction, right? I don't know what that was. He just went and bam, and then started looking at a calculator. And Soundly's about to stop him. So do you and everyone see the significance of what he did with the 3 coplanar points? Because if you're talking about a horizontal plane, then what he's done is measured. Well, he's done the impossible, right? Because 3 coplanar points on a horizontal plane wouldn't give you a radius at all. Not in that plane. So the only way you can get a radius is to have a vertical plane. In which case, he does actually have a measured 28.5 meter hump in the middle. A vertical change from the 2 points at each end. Jesse's left himself in a bit of a predicament here. A measured hump, impossible, or a 3 points on a plane to make a circle, which is also impossible. Like, I would say geometrically what Jesse Kozlowski said here, impossible and impossible. Like, whatever he's just done and performed with Soundly is impossible, but Soundly's going to accept it, and I would say most people also. It's a little bit tricky to work around, but he's just laid out 2 impossible scenarios, depending on what you think. Well, a plane, that's provided you keep a plane as being a 2-dimensional surface that everybody else would, I'm hoping everybody would think a plane is. I'm always open to the new interpretation of a plane, although that would have to be described and worked out. But geometrically, I would say I'm up for discussion if Jesse wants to come back and have a chat about how this works. A hump of water. versus 3 coplanar points on a horizontal plane of the water that you cannot get a radius from.
He also said that 3 coplanar points in 3D make a circle, a sphere.
Yeah, a circle. Do you want to go back and listen to that again? Because, I mean, that was a pretty good clip. Where was that?
That blue circle is the result of doing what's called a 3 points, 3 coplanar points in 3D would describe a circle. So
yeah. So you got that? 3 coplanar points in 3D would describe a 2-dimensional shape.
Thought I heard that.
Yeah. Why? I mean, why wouldn't it? I mean, it wouldn't. 3 coplanar points in 3D would describe a triangle.
Yeah, to me it would, yeah.
Yep. So again, anyone that wants to have a conversation about this, we're always up for that. Carry on anyway. We can go past this. Bam. Jesse and his magic tricks. This is why I call him a wizard. He doesn't seem to be around to explain himself what he's talking about here. And there won't be anybody to defend for him, although we have had a couple of young lads coming and trying to defend this.
So I selected one of my beginning points, one in the middle, and one at the end, making sure that I didn't pick one of the humps. I wanted to make sure I was picking, the points on the level spans.
Right, the lower deck, as I call it.
And bam, there's the radius of the Earth from that. And I did 2 of them. I didn't even do a bunch. I did a couple of them. And then I looked up a calculator that gives you the radius by latitude, and we're right about at 30 here. The south end of the bridge is at 30. The north end is at 20 minutes. I just went with 30. And
so let me pause you here and just
sure.
And just make sure that everybody in the chat or anybody that's listening right now that may have started reading the chat and not really paying attention, pay attention here, okay? Jesse has measured the curvature of the Earth, and he has measured the radius based on that curvature. That's what Jesse did.
Do you want to hear that again? Tappy.
In the chat or anybody that's listening right now that may have started reading the chat and not really paying attention, pay attention here, okay? Jesse has measured the curvature of the Earth, and he has measured the radius based on that curvature. That's what Jesse did.
I did.
So there is.
He did say he did there. I think that's the first slip.
Well, that was his ego that came out there.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, he was getting bigged up big time there, right?
Primed
He got
him
the
up,
big, yeah. Here we go,
Has measured the curvature of the Earth, and he has measured the radius based on that curvature. That's what Jesse did.
I did.
So there is no presupposing R anymore. Okay.
No, we have R.
It has been directly measured by Jesse Kozlowski.
It's been directly measured by Jesse Kozlowski. Soundly
measured.
Yeah.
Measured. Yeah.
This is a couple of years old. This video. I mean, don't know what everybody's been like. It was like Jesse Kozlowski. Nathan Oakley's been asking for this for ages. Soundly said. He's directly measured it. Everybody should be telling Nathan. Where's Jesse? We get him back. Get him over to Nathan Oakley. Fucking finish this shit. Dead easy. Come back, Jesse. Let's get this sorted.
It's true, huh?
Yeah.
We found R.
He's directly measured it by 3 coplanar points. I
There's
mean,
Nathan's R. Yeah, there it is.
He put a thing on the top of his car, drove over the bridge, backwards and forwards twice, right? Both ways on the bridge. And bam! Bam! Like, poof, that's it. Radius of the Earth, directly measured.
We got us R.
I'll go back and do it again. It's definitely worth doing this, listening to this.
Pause you here and just make sure that everybody in the chat or anybody that's listening right now that may have
listens to
started
this.
reading the chat and not really paying attention, pay attention here, okay? Jesse has measured the curvature of the Earth, and he has measured the radius based on that curvature. That's what Jesse did. So there is no presupposing R anymore. Okay.
No, we have R.
It has been directly measured by Jesse Kozlowski during Globe Earth Tourism 2019.
Yeah.
So
Roger that.
R is no longer presupposed.
No, it's actually
was.
It's monumented.
Right. I just point out to everybody in case you're wondering. Jesse Kozlowski didn't do that at all. He's just performed a wizard magic trick on Soundly, but because Soundly's so geometrically illiterate, doesn't understand what Jesse's just done to him. And the peripherals then give Jesse a big recommendation about directly measuring R. He didn't, and he hasn't, but if Jesse was around, he'd be able to tell you himself, but he seems to have disappeared. I don't know why. Maybe after he said that it could be measured. Wait, anyway, carry on with this.
Exactly.
It is a concrete monument, 20 some miles long. So here's what happened here. I did a comparison of what, and again, I didn't sit here and calculate this myself. I just picked these 3 points. You could pick a whole sampling of them. And by the way, this is just the south.
Do you hear what he just said? Go over it again.
I did a comparison of what, and again, I didn't sit here and calculate this myself.
He didn't sit there and calculate it himself. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
How did
and again, I didn't
data,
sit here
then?
and calculate this myself.
And again, I didn't sit here and calculate this myself. Who did it? What does that even mean to Soundly? Poor Soundly. He sat there grinning. Jesse's telling him he didn't even calculate it himself. Again.
And again, I didn't sit here and calculate this myself. I just picked these 3 points. You could pick a whole sampling of them. And by the way, this is just the southbound lane. I didn't even look at the northbound yet. But we're within 0.5%, right? Somebody can check my math, but...
Do you want to hear that again? Right, exactly what Jesse Kozlowski just said to Soundly.
Exactly.
It is a concrete monument.
It's a concrete monument.
20 some miles long. So here's what happened here.
Here's what happened.
I did a comparison of what, and again, I didn't sit here and calculate this myself.
He did a comparison, and again, he didn't sit there and calculate it himself.
just pick these 3 points. You could pick.
He just picked 3 points.
I guess you could pick a whole sampling of them. And by the way, this is just the southbound lane.
You could pick any. It doesn't really matter. It's just the south line.
I didn't even look at the northbound.
Didn't even bother looking at the north. He's just picked some points. He could have picked any points, right? He didn't calculate them himself.
Yet.
And,
but we're within 0.5%, right?
We're within 0.5%, right? Of picking points just from the southbound. He could have picked any. And we're within 0.5%.
Somebody can check my math, but
somebody check his math. Right? Are you with us?
He didn't do?
Are you with us? Exactly what Jesse just did. Wizardry.
Check the math that he didn't do.
Yeah. That he didn't do himself. He just picked some points, and he could have picked any points, only from one side of the bridge, and he's within 0.5%. Within 0.5% of what?
Of the calculations he didn't do, which he claimed was.
They're not all this good, the globe surveyors, you know. They're not all this good.
That is what we see here.
That's what you see.
So they did a great
good
job.
Measurement, I'd have to say, Jesse.
I think so. That still won't stop me from going up to Maine.
That's still wonder what he's doing here. Do you reckon? Listen.
That still won't stop me from going up to Maine.
That him being within 0.5% of not doing any calculations himself, just picking a few points, won't stop him from going to Maine. Why does he want to go to Maine?
To do the Alberuni method. I want to definitely...
He wants to do the Alberuni method. Measuring an angle from a hill.
Maine has a lot of mountains. I can attest to that. Been there.
Why does he want to go to Maine, though? Listen to this.
Meet up with Just a Maniac. He's on YouTube, Just a Maniac. Take a look.
Just a Maniac. Everyone, shout out Just a Maniac. Also, gone missing. Not around anymore. But either Jesse Kozlowski or Just a Maniac, commonly known as the Main Surveyor. See? Jesse Kozlowski knows Soundly, knows George Nutsack, knows the Main Surveyor. It's in his Facebook group. All of these people know each other. This is why Jesse Kozlowski didn't do his tilt thing. He handed it off to his mate in Maine. Here we go.
Meet up with Just a Maniac. He's on YouTube, Just a Maniac. Take a look. A surveyor up in Maine, and he's in my Facebook group, Geodetic Surveying Facebook group, and he did the Alberuni method using zenith angles to the horizon of the ocean from a mountaintop. And
zenith angles to the horizon from a mountaintop. Boom, Alberuni. Jesse Kozlowski wants to have a go do of it. He has to go to Maine to measure an angle from a mountaintop. Anybody want to come in? Jesse, if you want to come back and let us know about how that went. If the guy that from Maine that likes to call himself Surveyor, he isn't a surveyor either. Really, he might have been in his Facebook group, but they've both gone missing. If they ever come back, we'll have a word with them about some of the things that they've said that they've done.
This spring, I got to go do that.
I'm within driving.
Sorry, go on.
I was going to say I'm within driving distance of Maine. If there's any curving lakes or bridges that he wants me to survey, I'll be glad to do it.
Yeah, measuring angles.
Yeah, angles or whatever. We can do a collaboration.
Nice. Shout out the guy from Maine who likes to pretend he's a surveyor. He's gone missing. That's an interesting point as well. Like, you know, Jesse said about the plane bit at the beginning. Well, that guy from Maine said that plane surveying accounts for curvature. It's really weird. You've got Jesse and that guy from Maine conflicting with stuff. Anytime they want to come together, we'll hear from them. We'll get on with it.
Want to do?
Maybe there's some.
So what are these guys doing?
Water. Sorry, maybe there's some uphill flowing rivers up there that we can go check out.
That's Canada, I think. Oh, Mississippi, we heard as well.
Yeah.
I don't know how far away that is. Carry on. He's on about looking down the thing again. Common theme in this video. Magic trick, distraction. Look somewhere else.
Well, they're checking the lumber, right? Make sure it's straight. Everybody understands this, but everyone freaks out when they're looking at your photography thinking you have somehow magically changed the shape of the bridge. It just
says magic.
I shake my head. I don't know how to I can't take that seriously, I guess. But that's what they want to do. So here, let's take this circle. We're going to turn it a little bit, turn it a little more. I mean, doesn't that make sense? If you turn the thing and look at it straight on, it's going to change shape. Why? What? From perspective, right? So that's why.
Did you get that bit with turning a circle? It's going to change shape.
Perspective, yeah.
But didn't he say at the beginning? It doesn't alter the shape. I mean, a circle
at all,
will always remain a circle. So why is he doing that? He's just going back on exactly what he said earlier. Almost like it's a magic trick. Here we go, it's a frown.
I made this video called The Clown Frown Found, because we found the clown frown. And this is the thing that flat earthers want to see. They want to look out on the horizon and they want to see a curve like this. But that doesn't make any sense because the distance from here to here is small compared to the distance from here out to here. And this telescope is set level, and you notice that the horizon does not rise to eye level.
So you notice that the horizon does not rise to eye level, which is also what we've noticed.
This thing's only about 12 feet elevation. Yet I'm way over top of that lighthouse. Now, I'm going to just show you this because it helps, I think, get across this whole idea about, what is it? The angle of attack? Is that what it is?
Right.
Okay, so everybody should understand that this is a side view, right? This is, you're here and you're looking that way, right?
So look, can you see that? He's put an arrow on there, looking that way. At the top. Always at the top.
So what happens if we turn that chart? So if I'm holding that chart in my hands and I turn it and turn it a little more, you know, now I'm looking down.
What's he doing?
Unbelievable.
He's turning a page. What's that meant to achieve? It's some really strange magic trick, isn't it?
Do you mind rewinding it again, Bev, please? I missed that. I was listening, but I couldn't hear it. See it?
He's trying to straighten the curve.
He draws it here.
It's been a while.
What it's for.
Right? So what happens if we turn that chart? So if I'm holding that chart in my hands and I turn it and turn it a little more, you know, now I'm looking down it and everything's compressed. Right?
Yeah.
Isn't that what happens?
Right.
So now,
what's the point of that? I mean, like,
just
come
agree
on.
with him.
Isn't
Just
that what
agree.
happens? It's like, yeah, why the fuck are you doing that? Come on,
wow.
Jesse. What are you doing?
Come on, Jesse. Come and have a chat. Come on.
Surely you need to defend it.
Compare that.
Let's compare that to this.
I wonder if anyone's ever gone over this seriously. I don't think they have. Not.
Well, it's obvious that Jesse's fooled Soundly.
Oh,
and
yeah,
Soundly's such a big name in this.
Yeah.
Who's gonna? I don't know. Who's gonna go against Soundly? Like,
yeah.
Soundly's gone as well. Soundly, as well. Come on. Come and have a chat. Bring Wardy.
If you're so confident in what you've got there, then why would you fear coming in? I mean, if you're...
Yeah. Come for a chat.
Yeah.
And he has his picture. Soundly has his picture.
Soundly, I can remember when Soundly was around. That was a bit ago. It's been a while. He did come round here once and we had a bit of a chat. Well, Wardy was a bit. But Wardy came back. So, Wardy, if you're listening, mate, see if you can get Soundly and we'll come and have a chat. Exactly what he thought Jesse was going over. Bring Jesse as well. In fact, let's have a big one. Let's get us all together. Explain it. We've got a few questions. We'll have a go over with our test as well and try and explain what we're doing. Here you go. Jesse, Sly Sparkane, Soundly, and us. A couple of us. Yeah. It'll be a great day out, that one. Get it going.
To this, if I set this aside, let me move this over a little bit and bring the chart here. And we're going to just zoom in because this thing's only about, 8 miles away. So we're going to just zoom into this little area right there. And we're looking in that direction, which looks that way. See how that looks? You're looking out. Okay. And so the curve drops away from the horizontal tangent downward like that. That's how it works.
Yeah.
Yeah, because this is what we were talking about earlier with the guy in our chat there.
Yeah.
He was sort of saying there isn't a drop, and then they're really confused about this horizontal and a drop. Don't know if you want to go into that now, but yeah.
Well,
I mean, that's a horizontal there, right?
Yeah, and that little red line that Jesse Kozlowski's put there is a drop from horizontal. And any surveyor would know a drop from horizontal is an elevation change.
Yeah, I don't know what's hard to get. I mean, it's so simple. That is.
Do you
so
really need to be a
understand.
surveyor to get that?
No.
I think everybody listening right now, I'm sure understood that.
Can we just do a little test then? If there are some people in the chat there, I don't know, on the online chat, maybe you could put yes or no whether or not you understand what that is showing there, that drop. If you understand what drop is from the horizontal elevation change.
Mm-hmm. And now that would be, if you were to put a measuring rod there, that distance would be how high that line is above the surface.
Yeah. Which is, like sometimes they say that's the water. The water must curve, right? So.
Yeah, so any.
Obviously doesn't, but.
Yeah, any measured drop from that horizontal, provided that's what you're taking that as, it is only a horizontal within the eyepiece of the device. It doesn't actually go miles out over there. It's just within the eyepiece. And that's why I suggest that you shouldn't use it over water. I mean, that is really
or
strange.
over distances. I mean, look at that picture there. They've literally got it looks like they're trying to show a globe. You know, like, I mean, that must be, 1,000 miles or something. They always show stupid ratios of distance.
Yeah. Well, he's got a similar sort of drop, right, from one picture to the other. But measured drop, measured elevation change, which I can't say enough, people. That's what it is. Yet you can't measure it, and I would also have to say at the point this picture here is somebody who's looking out over water with a tool that's used for surveying.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose the triangulation points that he was using across Lake Pontchartrain, right, at some point must have had, they must have had piles or whatever driven in and put these tools on in order to measure those angles across the water.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it would have been surveyed, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you've got the water level there. You just simply measure off that for heights. But
yeah. Right, here we go.
Yeah. I don't know why people can't understand that.
Seems pretty straightforward to me, Jesse.
Now, when were you in China?
Seems pretty.
You took this picture, right?
To me, all of that crap that he was talking about turning the picture.
This bridge, that looks really straight to me. Obviously the hump there, but I mean, if you were to put a line on that,
all
really
the way
straight
across there. Yeah.
How far is it to that first one? Does anyone remember? The actual to that first. Oh,
This is a bridge in China, he said.
Oh, sorry. Oh, this isn't the same bridge. Sorry.
No, this is Jesse talking about who we could put it.
That's how it works.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know why people can't understand that.
Seems pretty straightforward to me, Jesse.
Now, when were you in China? You took this picture, right?
I've never been in China.
Oh, well, then there must be a Soundly in China, because somebody in China took this picture.
What?
Why? What's up with that picture? Why is he saying that's Soundly's picture? What's he going on
because it's
about?
a picture of a bridge. No one else
right.
takes pictures of bridges apart from Soundly.
Soundly only takes pictures of. I think Soundly's a bit confused as well.
Of this bridge, and you know what? I think they're. I think they took these lamps up here and they used them as a fence.
What? Can you see that?
I lost your screen, I have.
I don't know why he's used them. They're just the row of lights going over the bridge. I don't get it.
To prevent people from jumping off or something. And you know what? I think the pilings, you see these columns and these piles, they just had to use more and more and more of them. They're just closer and closer together. Oh. Okay. So here we are in 2005. You've mastered the Mandela effect, haven't you? You've gone back in time and you took these pictures, didn't you?
What's he going on about?
No idea.
It's just.
Well, I just don't get it.
It's another picture of a bridge. Yeah.
Looks straight and all.
Yeah.
Apart from that little hump.
Grandpa Soundly does have a time machine, so.
Is there another one?
You never know.
So,
That's Pontchartrain, that is.
I found these today and I thought,
yeah,
oh my God. Like, okay, so
today?
Everyone's
like
attacking you for the pictures you've taken, but these pictures have been taken before. And it was you, wasn't it?
Exactly. I went back in time.
Does he not understand does Jesse not understand what Sly's picture is? Is he understand so little about it? Because that picture there doesn't seem to show what Jesse's looking for or what Soundly's looking for.
I bumped into that exact picture online.
Yeah, sure stuck. It's a nice picture.
So now here's this History Channel did this video. I think it's from like 2003, and look what I found. Dun, dun, dun.
What? History Channel circled. The time circled.
And the bridge. Oh,
and a hump in the bridge.
Hey, is that 3 coplanar points, you think? He's got a triangle.
He's done 3 circles.
What is he? Is he serious?
I don't know what he's trying to.
Yeah.
Look at that. Oh my God.
What?
Look, it's these
What
bumps.
the hell? Look
See
away.
the picture that Soundly's got. That if that is the same bridge, then they're like really high up, aren't they? Whereas they're not. They're just nothing like his pictures. So I don't know what he's.
Why is he giggling like a schoolgirl?
Oh no!
It's nervous. He doesn't know what the other guy's talking about. That Jesse. Soundly doesn't know what he's going on about, does he? He's obviously like,
Is he insinuating that that's the hump?
No, it can't be.
Yeah, this is mad. I don't get it. Eventually, we'll get round to it. Let's find out.
See?
Look at that one. Yeah, you can actually see it kind of going over the horizon, maybe right there at the very end.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe you can actually see it going over the horizon there. Maybe like that's the first one he's going.
God.
There's something there, I suppose. Don't know what those last few were.
Looks curved to me.
Where?
Oh wow!
Dun, dun, dun.
That is the circle again.
Curve.
So yeah, that was aired on in 2003.
Nice.
Now here this is what we all came to see. People who look
Drum
at
roll.
Walter. Yeah, people that look at Walter Bislin's blog will recognize this styling.
Walter Bislin, shout out to Walter Bislin, who has been in the chat. Thank you, Walter.
Awesome.
For all of your awesome work.
Yeah,
really
thanks,
awesome.
Walter.
Yeah, I'm just smiling here. So he took the data that I sent him initially and created this app, and it's under development. So let's realize there's still things to be done with it, and I'm not really good at using it. I'm going to try my best to demonstrate it tonight. But so here's a kind of a side view, But now you come over here, and this is about from, like, say, the hotel. And it looks a lot like your photo. In fact, the rental car I had was a submarine car.
Was Jesse taking the piss?
There's the submarine car
The
reference.
submarine car is.
Yeah.
He's laughing. He's laughing at him.
This is about from, like, say, the hotel. And it looks a lot like your photo. In fact, the rental car I had was a submarine car. I had to go underwater. That's over
So
there.
just to clarify, this
Had to go over underwater. Right, here we go. Please. Soundly wants to show.
So just to clarify, this is your data that Walter
Yes.
has taken, and
Yes.
he has rendered it in a 3D space.
Yes.
And this is what we're getting.
Yes. And
Very interesting.
So the data that he got when in the coordinate system, Cartesian coordinate system, initially, he didn't mess about with them at all. He handed him that. They were all about 5.7 meters above the water. He's handed that to Walter Bislin, and Walter Bislin has handed him this model. Jesse's got a 28.5 meter hump in the middle, and Walter Bislin has also put a hump in it. And I don't know whether you notice here, but this edge here is lower than this one over here. That goes up and stays high. Rather strange model, but Walter Bislin's making a model.
Interesting.
yeah. It is really. It's just
I
awesome.
wonder.
So these are the X. He took the XYZ coordinates.
Mm-hmm.
He wrote his own program to convert them back to lat and long.
He
computed.
program.
He's done absolute geodetic software writing. I mean,
I'm sure he wanted to say wizardry there. Pretty much.
I mean,
he wrote his own program.
Go on.
Sorry, Bev. Sorry, I just come back in a second ago. But did you mention? Have you gone over like that? I mean, people that are watching can see how curved that is. I mean, that can't actually be like the surface of the Earth, can it? I mean, obviously because it'd be coming back on itself within, and actually DP's already done a meme with that, hasn't he? Where he put, I don't know, however many it was, like 5 of them together to create a circle.
Yeah.
Which makes the whole total circumference, probably 300 miles or something. Because it's going to come back, that you can see that angle is just going to create a surface that's quite small.
Well, it doesn't really matter what sort of surface it is. Water does not hump like that.
Well, no. But
Quite
I mean,
simply.
how could they be saying that is actually anything like what they're claiming? I mean, it's not even anything like the Earth curvature, is it?
Well, he said he took the plane coordinates, the XYZ coordinates. Walter did, and Walter took all of those and made this. So Walter's made this. Walter Bislin, that is, everyone. So again,
software, isn't it?
Who've we got involved in this? We've got Soundly. We've got Jesse Kozlowski. We've got George Nutsack. We've got the main surveyor. We've got Mikey on the Bayou. And now Walter Bislin. Seems like a load of people that aren't around anymore. Nobody. There's nobody to justify anything that's going on here. No one around.
Yet people will still defend it for them.
Yep. We've got people coming in
I
the
wonder
chat
if
to
people,
defend it.
if everybody realizes the significance of what he just said. He just said, a small recap, that there's a 90-foot, 28.5 meter hump of water in the middle of this 24-mile span. That means if you're standing on either shore, you look out 12 miles, you're going to see a 90-foot structure in front of you of water. Just to make that clear.
And Walter Bislin modelled it.
Yeah, it's astonishing. Yeah.
This is good.
To convert them back to lat and long. He computed. He's done absolute geodetic
wizardry
software writing. I mean, it's like he's got all the calculations in here. He's
got all of the calculations. Brian Leakey's got most of the numbers. All of the calculations for Walter Bislin. Doesn't miss anything.
Awesome. So, well, here's the side view. You're not going to see the curve from the side.
Right.
You see? That's the whole point. But you can measure it. It's there. You can measure it.
Oh, see? Positive claim. That's what we like for this year. Jesse Kozlowski says, the curve is there. You can measure it.
The actual shape, and I'd like to point this out too. We're talking about the actual shape of the Earth. This is like going out and touching it. It's like including a whole other sense. It's not just an observation of a photograph. It's not photographic. It's not optical. There's no refraction involved here.
Listen.
This is us going out and literally touching the surface of the bridge and saying, this is what the geometry actually is.
The geometry actually is measurable, Jesse Kozlowski says. 28.5 meter hump in the middle. Soundly says it's like touching it. Should be great. I mean, like, it's definitely done. It was over 2 years ago, this. The geometry's been sorted The geometry, supposedly, according to Soundly, shows a 28.5 metre hump of water is possible whilst being level, says Soundly.
So yeah, let's
Sheer
tie it
La La
both
Land.
together.
Yep.
You're right. There's no telescope involved here. This is just 3D points as a result of that GPS survey.
Anyone know what a 3D point is? Or 3D points, sorry. More than one.
3D points.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck all.
Mm-hmm. Not there.
Which matches the old school survey. Those surveyors who laid this thing out and the guys who built this level across that water. I mean, like I said, it's a standing monument to the curvature of the Earth. There it is.
And
he thinks that's what they built when they originally did it, with triangles. You know, the triangulation of the bridge at the beginning. He thinks that's it.
This, again, is the Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinates. So these are X, Y, and Z coordinates plotted in a 3D space.
Yes.
And this is what you get.
That's right.
That's right. It's not. It's what you get when you...
And again, I just want to point out that,
back again.
You know, that is the northbound. There I am over in Mandeville, turning around, and then I came back and did the southbound. So, and there it is from the side. You're not going to see curvature from the side. Just, you know, you're talking a couple of 100 feet on end to end from the side view.
What?
So just keep it in mind. This is how it works. Everybody's checked a piece of lumber.
Again?
Make sure you're buying leave all that curvy lumber over there in the pile over there, and you walk out with nice straight pieces, right? So here is the side. There's the side, one of those marine spans, right?
Right.
So their History Channel took. There they are. They're out there in a boat. You haven't yet taken a picture like this, have you? From the side. You haven't been out on
I haven't been out in a boat, right?
Yeah. So
Soundly's never been out in a boat on Lake Pontchartrain. Unlike Rakia, who we have. Rakia has actually been out on a boat all the time. He drives across the bridge and he goes out in a boat. Seen it from all angles.
they did it. They did it for us. Okay, side view, straight on view. Side view, straight on view. Side view, straight on view.
Right.
Just you know, just think lumber.
Yes,
What?
exactly.
Yes. Okay.
Can you see he's doing a magic trick? Like, this is literally how you perform magic tricks. He's getting him to think lumber whilst looking at the bridge.
This is not hard, people.
Well, just to point out that marine hump is, I think, a mile long, maybe? The total marine hump?
We can measure it.
Okay, yeah.
You know what I mean? I've got the data. It's a gentle rise. You come up and over, and you go like that. You know, and I've got all those points.
Right.
You know.
And so this is a wide angle camera. I like to point out a wider angle than normal camera, probably like a 50 millimeter camera. And we're getting less than a mile, you know, side to side here.
Yeah.
Maybe a mile. And whenever you zoom in from the side, you're only going to get like a handful of pylons. Like,
oh yeah, if you
you're
zoom
just
in,
not going to be able to get any amount of length worth looking at of the causeway from the side. So it's just so silly when you hear people, you know, say things like, "Go to the side, take a picture from 90 degrees away." It's like, you have to be 20 miles away to do that, and you'd have to have a 60-degree field of view. How are you even going to see the bridge? You can't even see it from that distance.
Yeah.
Not to mention that both ends are going to be falling off behind the horizon.
It's amazing we had to go.
Is he saying both ends would be falling behind the horizon? Again.
What the hell is he talking about? I can see a bridge 13, 14 miles away. I have video of it. Easily. No sweat. You see cars passing over it.
Yep. He's trying to justify looking at it from one side. I think that's what they're trying to say. You have to look at it. Even though Jesse said right at the very beginning, perspective does not change anything. He's saying you have to look at it from a certain side now. It's going exactly opposite to what he said right at the very beginning.
Through this to make the obvious, but it sure was fun. I was glad to do it. So there it is. That's the Q-stick lumber view. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's what it looks like. So, yeah. And I think the next slide is what I just got minutes before we went on
Walter,
air.
Yeah, Walter sent this to us just before we went on air.
Oh, wait. First I have to...
Where is it?
No, it's going to be the last... It's the last.
Oh, it's the last thing. Just hang around. It's almost here.
Yeah.
The money shot is almost here. We've had a lot of money shots, but this is the really money shot.
I wanted to mention the FE Core Flat Earth Scientists because they just put out a video a couple days ago, and I listened to some of it. They've got quite a lineup of experiments that they're going to be doing involving lasers, some type of force the level tests. There were a number of them, and
actually, I don't think FE Core actually got to do any of those tests that he's talking about. Although I don't know, perhaps he was trying to big them up a bit while he was trying to do this.
I'm offering the data here. If you want to analyze this data, here are the raw files. These are binary encrypted files. No one can. You can't tamper with that file format. I've exported the file format to an ASCII RINEX converted. RINEX stands for Receiver Independent Exchange Format. That is available if anybody wants to post-process this data. Here's the navigation file. And there it is.
Boom! Look at that. Wow.
Wow.
Now,
You can kind of see some refraction going on there.
I think so.
Look at that.
You can see some refraction going on there, says Soundly. I don't know what this thing for Walter Bislin that gave him. It seems to go off a little bit funny at the end. I'm not so sure whether it was meant to do that or whether he could have fixed that a little bit better, but something seems to go on here with the bridge at the end. It's almost as like it's not quite right.
Refraction in the observation versus the actual geometry of the bridge side by side, comparing.
He's calling that the actual geometry of the bridge. This line here.
In contrast, compare and contrast that with Walter Bislin's models. So we basically have three different things here. We have Walter Bislin modeling it, saying this is what it should look like. You go out and measure it. You say this is what it feels like, and I go and photograph it, and I say this is what it looks like. And
correct.
They all agree with it.
It's what it should be like, what it feels like, and what it looks like. I want to hear that again, because that was quite poetic, that.
I think so.
Look at that. Refraction in the observation versus the actual geometry of the bridge side by side. Compare and contrast. Compare and contrast that with Walter Bislin's models. So we basically have three different things here. We have Walter Bislin modeling it, saying this is what it should look like. You go out and measure it. You say this is what it feels like, and I go and photograph it, and I say this is what it looks like. And
correct.
They all agree with each other.
Wow. Yes, and keep in mind he could not import all the points. He sparsely displayed. I collected a lot of points. Let's put it that way. 30.
I thought he said every third point or something like
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he didn't need. In other words, he didn't need. Let me get my mouse going here. He didn't need ... That's sufficient
Right.
to show you the shape. Sufficient,
You want to hear that again?
Displayed, I collected a lot of points. Let's put it that way.
He collected a lot of points.
30.
30.
I thought he said. I thought he said every third pointers.
Every third point.
Something like
that. Yeah. So he didn't need. In other words,
30 replied 3. And again, I don't know whether it's meant to be like that.
I collected a lot of points. Let's put it that way. 30.
I thought he said every third point or something like
that. Yeah. So he didn't need. In other words, he didn't need. Let me get my mouse going here. He didn't need ... That's sufficient.
Right.
To show you the shape. Sufficient. You don't need to fill it in any denser than that.
That is amazing right there, man.
Now I think it is great. And
great.
Yeah, so he's working on the app. I'm going to just show the app right now without the photo.
Well, hold on before you leave here.
All right.
Let me make this point, and let me make it very clear for every debunker that's out there, every debunker that hears on a day-to-day basis, it's all to do with refraction and atmosphere and optics and all that. All of those arguments are completely defeated. Every single picture that we have showing curvature is now back on the board because here we are. We have measurements showing what the actual geometry of the bridge is, completely independent of any optical observation, and it matches the optical observation.
Right, so that's soundly claiming once again.
That was a whole bunch of ridiculousness.
Actual geometry. So that we should have nobody discussing anything to do with. They shouldn't have a problem discussing anything to do with geometry. Soundly has claimed that the actual geometry of that bridge has been measured. So that would be level. Anytime Jesse wants to come back and have a chat with us, we're ready for the chat. Because you would say, if the geometry of that bridge has been measured, then level has been measured. Jesse Kozlowski can come and let us know what level geometrically looks like. He won't though, because level is horizontal, provably. And this is a load of tosh.
And if anything, the optical observation is showing that there is actually refraction occurring that's making it look less curved.
Mm-hmm.
So all of these arguments coming from flat earthers defeated in one stroke right there, just by that data that Jesse went and collected. So use it. Use the data. Use Walter's application.
Yeah, let's take a look at it. And again, it's under development. So let's just see here. When you go to this,
go on, pause it.
That data, aren't those data points plus or minus 10 centimeters up and down?
Yeah, that's what he says.
So I don't take any of that data then.
Well, the data, I don't know which data they're talking about. The data that the software program that Walters wrote, or the data that shows a 28.5 meter hump in the middle. It's really tricky. I'd say a 28.5 meter hump in the middle is absolutely impossible.
Normally you say that's ridiculous.
Yeah. This is a joke.
That's awesome, isn't it?
Isn't it fantastic? And that's just what I needed. I wrote him an email. I said, can you work with these 3D points and bring them in? Because again, I have to emphasize, like what I said at the very beginning, this is not something we would normally do as part of the survey, of a bridge, you would survey the bridge, and then you'd be producing AutoCAD maps of the structure, to be used in engineering. We do see more and more 3D type use.
You see the way he's messing about with this thing here? He's looking at it, and it's straight.
I was going to say, that doesn't look too bad like that.
Yeah. It's straight. It's something he puts through the computer program to turn it. It's really weird.
Now that we're doing lots of laser scanning, and
shows him how to
drones are involved doing laser scanning and photography, and so 3D software is being used a lot. But like I said, I don't have that, and I can barely operate this app. Let me put it that way. But I'd like to learn how. But it's pretty cool. I mean, you throw the points in here. You can see. You come to the side, and this, as you zoom out, and you go all the way to the side, the span flattens out. Just the way it would if you were out here in a boat.
Yep.
You come over here. You go up into the hotel room. I think he showed me how to. Let me see.
Press the other button. Here we go.
Yeah, it is. It's the triangulated
there it
position.
Is right there.
I think I do Control Shift, click, and that's the view from the hotel.
Wow! Look at that. Does that not look exactly like what we saw during the live stream?
No.
Yeah.
Look at that. That's from the hotel room. So this is all of Jesse's points that he collected from the angle of the triangulated hotel room, because Jesse also triangulated the hotel room while we were there.
Yep. Actually, it's the position of your camera. I nailed that. And like I said, here you can see, you don't see when you go down into Manderville.
Right.
You're below.
That's all below the horizon. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. I had to roll the windows up.
Again, another joke.
I had to put it in amphibious mode. Oh man. No, the next thing we want to do is get those cell towers.
Is it?
Well, yeah, it saves them laughing at what they've produced there. It's like trying to get people on side with using humour.
Yeah, we can laugh at ourselves. That's bad. I mean,
yeah.
Hopefully, we can get somebody to talk about this.
I think that's all I had.
That's really amazing, man.
So again, this is the initial presentation of what we have. I do, like I said, I'm making an offer to anybody that wants to. If anybody has some ideas on how to render it in some way or do some animations, that would be cool.
So Jesse, take that link that you're looking at there and paste it in the chat, so that others can give it a look.
Do I have access to the chat?
Oh, I can do it. Here, I'll do it. I'll do it. Let's see. Let's see.
Or should I send this over to you? I should send this in
send me that link.
Chat.
Send me that link, yeah. There we go. That'll work.
Where do I
don't know what else we've got.
Send it to me on Hangouts. Can you do that?
Get that Geo++ app. I haven't.
Guys, that's a joke.
Yeah. These are actually ranges from. These are pseudo ranges to the satellites, or cell towers that are 12,000 miles away.
Pseudo ranges.
I mean, these are actual.
That's a joke, guys. That's a joke.
Yeah. These are actually ranges from transmitters.
Exactly.
And they all intersect somewhere.
Which is why it's so silly whenever they start talking about stuff being on the ground. It's so silly. I mean.
Oh, I know.
We're talking about it recording distances to objects in three-dimensional space that aren't on the ground.
Right, and that's the thing. I give you the. There's two things. There's the observation file, which is actually recording the data from the satellites, the range data, and then there's the Keplerian orbital parameters to compute the XYZ positions of the satellites.
Mm-hmm.
This navigation file is not your position. This is to compute the position of the satellites at the instant of transmission.
Right. So he's got some data here that he's gone into. I don't know this is Walter Bisling's or what, but he says it's not data for the stuff on the ground is the data for the satellite.
So that you can intersect those ranges to come up with your position.
Right.
That's a lot of wording, a lot of gobbledygook, but that's what's happening.
How GPS works. I mean,
that's how it works.
Yeah.
It's a lot of wording and a lot of gobbledygook, but that's how GPS works. By giving you the coordinates of the satellite towers or wherever. Interesting.
So now if people, back to your question, if people want to try this Geo++ app, who has the money to go buy, really expensive GPS equipment, but you can get that app.
And so what's the pipeline for people to go from Geo++, a Rhinex file, to these XYZ values that Walter's model can,
that's what
app can?
We need to explore that in terms of looking for like open source availability. There's a thing called RTK lib. Let me look it up. I'll show you this thing called RTK.
Jesse, Soundly, and Walter. Well, thank you, Airline Pilot Research Global Airlines.
This one here may be able to do the reason. The reason is, what is it?
With awesome Jesse.
Just need more time to play with these things, but
yeah,
it's fun. It's fun.
It's amazing the tools and the innovation, that has happened by Walter and the methods that we've gone about to just demonstrate beyond a shadow of a doubt the Earth is curved. It's so silly to think that we have to do that, and we don't really. But we do it because it's fun. It really is fun. I mean, it's the photography work that I do is really fun. I enjoy it. I'm getting unique photography that no one else has gotten before. Of course, now we have a few people have done it. And Jesse is pursuing his hobby with geodetic surveying.
Yeah.
And so we are having a lot of fun doing it. But at the same time, I think this type of information is something.
Did you hear that then? We'll go over it again.
His hobby.
And Jesse is pursuing his hobby with geodetic surveying.
Jesse's pursuing his hobby with geodetic surveying, and Soundly's taking pictures that nobody else has ever done before. Nice. And Walter Bislin made a computer software program to take Jesse's data and make that model. Jesse's data had a 28.5 metre hump in the middle of the Lake Pontchartrain, which I'm willing to bet nobody else has ever said before. Ridiculous to even think it. So you've got a clown show. I mean, half of them. I'm pretty sure that Jesse's a wizard. Shout out, Jesse. Very clever man. But everyone else is a fool. They've been exposed. Jesse was clever enough to get out of it, but he's left this behind.
Yeah.
And so we are having a lot of fun doing it. But at the same time, I think this type of information is something that it's so...
We're having a lot of fun doing our stuff as well, aren't we?
Obvious and so ironclad now, and we've avoided the final hurdle that they like to throw about with the optics. That I really hope that everyone in the stream first will like and subscribe to my channel, and second,
me too.
Yeah, and Jesse's channel, and go to Walter's blog. And Walter has a channel as well too, though he doesn't do very much as far as the flat Earth stuff on there.
Flat Earth stuff.
But go like and subscribe, and then also get this information out there. Like, bring people when you're talking to people on Discord or in chats or in comments, wherever you are when you're talking to flat earthers. Bring them to Walter's blog. Show them how, take screenshots, post it on social media. Show them how we have literally measured. Jesse has literally measured. I have literally photographed, and Walter has literally modeled the curvature of the Earth. They all agree, and that's how we know the Earth is a globe.
So Jesse has literally measured. Jesse Kozlowski. He's gone. He's disappeared. Nobody else. Just so happens we've literally done a straight line test.
Didn't that get us to Bitcoin though?
Whoa, wait a minute. Who said that? Is that Rob?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. What did you say?
Didn't the Walter Delivering guy get us to Bitcoin?
I don't know. I'd suggest not, because he
No,
just
these
made a
guys think
software
he did.
program. He only took
But he
data
thinks he
and
did.
made a software program.
So that won't get us to Bitcoin?
Literal geodetic wizardry. Literal geodetic software writing he's done. I don't think you get any Bitcoin for that, to be honest. Jesse Kozlowski, I mean, if he's around, then he seems to have measured it. Soundly says that Jesse Kozlowski's measured it. Jesse Kozlowski was the man that said it can be measured, the drop of the water level from horizontal. But it shows a hump in that model. It's a bit hard to measure a drop if what you're looking at's a hump.
That's all there's to it. And that's how we know it can't be flat. So please share this information.
It can't be flat.
And you and
Actually, I know it can't be flat because there are elevation changes making it not flat. So, I mean, we didn't really need to pretend there's a 28.5 meter hump in the middle of the water to know it's not flat.
I've had this conversation before. You know, we both became aware of flat Earth, jumped in, you know, pretty naively initially.
Right.
I've gone round and round with it, and at this point, I'm thankful for flat Earth because I'm blessed to have a profession that I really enjoy. I've loved surveying since getting out of high school. So I've been doing this a long time.
Why has he only got a hobby, though? Why is he pursuing his hobby? Could you have a profession that's a hobby? I suppose he could be out lucky enough.
No, probably what it is, Bev, is that he was a plane surveyor, and now his hobby is geodetic surveying.
Oh, right. Do you reckon? Maybe. Sounds right. He could be, hobbying geodetic surveying. Makes sense. Or he might be hobbying passing on his data to Walter.
And really thought I knew something about it. Well, you know, the research that I've been doing over the past couple of years, I've learned a lot that I just didn't know about, and it's just great. I'm really enjoying it. And if you go on my channel, you'll see I did not set out to debunk flat Earth. I was more about, hey, can I do some measurements that will show me what the shape of the Earth is over this short distance, say a mile, or across some water? You know, hey, let me try it across a lake. I'll use the lake as a level. Exactly. I've done several of these tests, and you know, you can't like fake that. I mean, the observations will reveal the truth of the matter.
Do you hear that? The observations will, you can't fake it. Short distance ones, you cannot fake. Jesse says it. We don't fake anything. But Jesse says that, you know. It's good to get in. He's thankful for it. To look into it. It's worthwhile.
Especially when you repeat them over and over. And I do that. When I've gone out on a weekend to do that, I'll spend the day there. And you're observing in the morning from one side, you go over to the other side, again you observe, and then you do it again in the afternoon. These repeated observations agree with each other, you know, to very high reliability. So I've done long tests and short tests. I've gone down and met with Larry Scott and really...
Way up, Larry Scott. There's another one. Chicken. Anybody else? Have we missed anybody within the globe surveying community? I think we've got all of them so far.
Larry, sometime we really need to do a hangout and show the work we did over the couple of days I was down there on some pretty long lines, 6 miles, 9 miles, 11 miles. And we're planning to do like a 24-mile line. And I mean, really what we're enjoying doing is bringing back old school survey, like
Right.
doing old triangulation, doing solar azimuth observations, which I used to do them all the time in the 80s, but, I don't really do it anymore, but I'm going to be doing it. Larry's got a really good method down. He can crank out a solar observation in 5 minutes. Boom. And he's like, and he's a pencil and paper guy, just like gets it all down there. It's awesome. So, no, so like, that's what I'm saying is it's not about debunking flat earth anymore as much as
it's not. It's really not.
Going back, reading about the history, about how we can't come to know the size and shape of the earth.
All about the history, going back and looking at a history of stuff, looking at stuff. We did that, right? Not the history of the flat Earth. I mean, that's ridiculous. But the history of measurements and geometry, how all of these things came about and how to do it, base foundations and how to measure all of these things. I mean, Jesse sounds like he's saying it's good. It's a good thing. I mean, Jesse Kozlowski, at the beginning of this presentation, had a thing that said research flat earth on his thing. It's Jesse Kozlowski. He's saying all of this is a good thing, going to research it all. I agree with him.
Looking at what they did, and enjoying kind of like, I guess some people like to do reenactments of the Civil War, or they like to do anachronistic medieval stuff. I'm enjoying bringing back some of these older methods and exploring them and trying them and seeing if I can do them. So it's fun. I'm having a good time with it. It's good.
Yes. I think, there's a lot to be said about this whole activity. We've all met each other online. Yeah. We've all come together and collaborated on some fun projects. Yep. So, I mean, there is a silver lining to it all.
That's why I call it Earth Curvature Tourism.
Exactly.
Or you've called it
Globe Earth
Tourism. Yeah. I mean, Lake Michigan, got to do that. Got to do that circuit around Lake Michigan.
Yes.
I haven't even made a video about it yet, but I did. I went up and did that Long Island Sound from Connecticut looking. I mean, it's like freaking what? It's over 50 miles. It's further than that. And I'm not going to do it tonight, but I need to make a video of that, seeing the Empire State Building and the World Trade Center building sticking up like a little, it looks like a little, just the top of the building sticking up above the water line.
Amazing, right?
I got to do a blink video of that.
You definitely do, man. You need to get those observations out. Yeah. For sure.
So all good stuff. So you want to call it a night here?
Yeah, let's wrap it up.
Okay, let's wrap it up. That's it. Done. Jesse Kozlowski soundly advising people to say that how Jesse's grown about looking into things, old methods, how you do things, looking into all of the old stuff. That's Jesse Kozlowski and Soundly. I mean, we've got more stuff that Jesse Kozlowski's done, but that was just going over Pontchartrain Bridge. Now, I would suggest, seeing as he said the geometry of the bridge would indicate straight lines, because Jesse Kozlowski said chord. So the chord would be a straight line, obviously, Euclidean. 28.5 meter Sagitta, also Euclidean. That's straight line. So you would be looking for a 28.5 meter hump in the water at the in the middle from the chord, which would be the straightest line, the shortest distance between 2 points at either end. It's impossible. It's not there. It doesn't exist. Water level is provably horizontal. Doesn't make it a flat Earth. Doesn't make it a globe Earth. You can have whatever model you want. It is provable that the water level is horizontal. I'm going to go back to the Discord chat for a bit. Right. Anyone here? Everybody, I noticed everybody's leaving the live stream. Nobody wants to listen to us talking now. Whoa, on me chats.
F.
Yeah.
After this, I want you to check out a group.
Yeah. I've got there's loads of messages up there now. Right. Anybody got anything to say after that particular video? I mean, it started off when, was it Hoymar came back in and started talking about it. He was talking about the picture, Soundly's picture, which doesn't seem... Can I go back into the chat? Is it all right? Yeah. Right, so it went to the... started off with Soundly's picture, but obviously Soundly is a very, very bit part in that. As Jesse said, the picture and the perspective, or however you're looking at it, doesn't affect any of the measurements or any of the dimensions of anything to do with anything. So you can basically discount Soundly's picture from that. He was talking about the geometry. And as Jesse said, the geometry doesn't change and the positions or anything doesn't change. So the only thing that matters is the way the points were plotted and the way you lay them out on a map. Well, Jesse said they did something different than what they would normally do, which would suggest that he put a big hump in the middle of it that's not there. That definitely wouldn't have been on the map. I don't know what more to say. Other than we have a few tests that we've been doing and some logic to back up what we've been doing, and the geometry also to back up our tests, and they don't comply with anything that Soundly's just put there. And since with Jesse Kozlowski we've got nobody to defend anything that Soundly's just said, they've all disappeared. So all they've got left is the text chat trolls. They're the only people that are left to defend any of these things.
Uh-oh.
So, anybody got anything to say? Or are we going to cut this one short? Well, not cut it short. I've been going 3.5 hours. About the same amount of time as it took last time.
Happy hour.
I think I said everything I needed to say in the chat.
Was that going good then? I don't keep an eye on the chat.
There wasn't much being said, to be honest. It's quite a quiet night, I thought, in the chat. I mean, Emma was having to do a bit of modding.
Trolls.
Because, the trolls, but... It seemed like there was a lot of people saying that they were... Well, the people that were in there were saying, how it looked bad for the model defenders. If this is, what they've got. It looks bad now that we've... Well, for us anyway, we've been looking at this stuff for a while. And just to go back again over that is... The last time I went over it was probably a few months ago, and then before that was when we first did it. And I think about, how how we've come on, and now we can look at it and break it down like you did and others did earlier.
Yeah, do you think it's changed from when we went over it the first time? You know, like when
Well,
we
for me, it
initially
has.
saw that.
Well, it has for me. Yeah, I'll be honest. Yeah, but I knew it. You know, I don't think I don't know. It's a different understanding of it. That's all. Just a broader understanding. At the time we went through it, and we could see what was wrong.
Yeah, it's all about the geometry and the way you lay that geometry out as to how you put the water level there. And the way I see it, there isn't a way to geometrically put whatever they're putting, whatever they're saying out, right? There's no way. I mean, that's why we say there is no geometric evidence or proof for the globe model. There's no globe model believer that can supply any geometric proof or evidence for the globe model.
Mm-hmm.
Because you have to bend a straight line. That's the only way out. I mean, bend a straight line whilst trying to keep it straight geometrically.
Yeah.
An impossible task.
Well, people have tried. I've witnessed it.
Tonight. Earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not the first time, but yeah.
I think they...
people come in and they have to defend what Soundly and Jesse and Walter have presented there. You know, that they're gone and they've just left that, and now other people are just having to stick by that. Someone used Soundly's bridge earlier on, didn't they? As
evidence.
I don't know if it was their proof or not, but just, you know, where people just push stuff up, don't they? It's like, oh, look at this and look at that, and
they come in with it and say, look, here's my evidence / proof, and we say, what? It's a picture. Soundly's picture. I mean, come on. And then they don't realise the chats that we've had.
And they don't realise where the picture was taken. They haven't done any of the work on it. It's literally one picture, and they think that all the work's been checked out, you know, almost like peer reviewed, because they've got that in their minds, haven't they? This sort of peer review system where other professionals have checked it out, but it's not the case. I mean, it's just three people don't seem to have too much of an idea about anything there.
Yeah. Walter Bislin, Jesse Kozlowski and Soundly have just fooled everyone with what they're doing. And when they've been asked to defend the obvious bullshit, they've just done a runner. They've gone. They're not around anymore. There's no one. I mean, anyone can come in here to this server and I'll run them through the 8. Give you a basic foundations. If you don't understand it, I'll take you through it again. It's very simple and really easy. And once you go through it, it will be obvious that what you see in things like this just become rubbish. There's no need for you to take the curve. It's not there. Very easily provable. And in order to deny it, you just have to deny reality. Deny basic observable reality. We've had a few people come in to the server over the past few days, and some of the conversations we've had, and we're going to have to put them out, but I mean, don't know whether it's worth putting them out without going over them, because some of the points in it are just so confusing. Some people's minds are just they're messed up because people like Jesse Kozlowski and Soundly have done what they've done tonight.
Yeah.
They double talk. So you don't know where you're coming from.
Makes them talk that way. They can't let go of the globe model. They just can't let go of it.
Well, no, they think they've proven it. You know, they think other people have proven it before them, and then they just stand on the shadows of giants.
Then why haven't these guys gotten their Bitcoin yet? Because if they've proven it, go and get the Bitcoin and tell everybody, hey, we got Dave Weiss's Bitcoin. We proved it.
Yeah. Yeah, but they...
retard.
What is a proof? You need to understand what a proof is first.
That's the proof project that we're doing for the first, I don't know, probably the first quarter of this year. We're going to have an ongoing proof project. So if you've got an idea on what a proof is, if you want to come and get involved in it, we're going to be, I don't know, we're taking all contributions to what a proof is. Is it possible? Can you possibly have a proof? Do you already have a proof? Could you share that proof? Is it possible? Can you? How do you build a proof? How do you pass it on?
And will that proof get you Bitcoin? I'm sorry. I just can't leave this Bitcoin thing alone. I think it's hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, I personally would love to see somebody give Dave Weiss that proof and take the money off him. Get him to do it. I mean, like, let's see what is a proof. Is it possible for a globe model believer to possibly come up with a proof to hand on to David Weiss and take his Bitcoin off him? I mean, he's meant to be a wealthy man. I mean, I don't know how much the 3 Bitcoin would do, but...
Yeah, it might not even dent his wallet.
I doubt it, but what a big chance it'd be for a Glober to be able to do it.
Well, I mean, I thought about doing it myself.
I know, I believe if it was possible, if I can find out if he would accept something.
Yeah. I mean, I could really do with that money right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could do with that. A slice of that Bitcoin myself.
I can do with the information.
Yeah.
I would love that. Yeah.
I think, personally, if you were the man to get not only the Bitcoin from David Weiss, but you would be the person with the globe proof. You would be famous. TV shows, everything. Silencing flat earthers. We go around to every one of them. All of those people that get triggered by flat earthers. I don't get triggered by flat earthers myself. It's just people who think differently, right? People who have a different understanding of things. It's no big deal. They're just different people.
To be famous worldwide, the first non-governmental agency, shall we say, that has proven a globe. It'd be like, wow.
Yeah, well, I mean like you can't say that first person to prove the globe, because apparently there is a massive mountain of evidence somewhere. All it needs is picking through to put a few pieces together to make a proof, and it's already there. There's loads of people that have said they've proved the globe, but none of them seem to be able to compile it into a package that's good enough for Dave Weiss. But, I mean, hey, Rumpus is getting together with his test. Maybe that'll do it. Looks like it's going to be pretty impressive. It's got a few slides.
Just show me water curving and I'll be happy.
Did you have a look at the poll? How that went on today?
Yeah, it's looking good.
90 votes.
Yeah, that's the most votes. So thank you for if you've been voting.
Yeah.
We've done well. Thanks for watching. Also, it's been very good. What? Let's have a look at the.
So the percentages is So you got 90 votes. 88% no. Could there possibly be a 28.5 metre rise of the water level in the centre of the Lake Pontchartrain?
Yeah.
12% said yes.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's good.
I mean, I'm not that good on maths, but I mean, what is that, like 75 people? Yes. 15 people? I don't know. No,
Yeah.
Not quite, is it?
Well, I mean, let's say there's a lot more, isn't there? At least, you know, the percentage is definitely on the bigger side for the people that don't believe it's possible. So that means there is a chance that there's some people that actually believe there's a hump. Now, the next question would have to come is, do they believe it's possible for them to measure it? Or do they believe that Jesse Kozlowski has measured it? And could you come up with some sort of a geometric model or method to show how Jesse did it? I mean, you can't just drive a car across a bridge. I would suggest that's not surveying. I don't know how people know much about surveying, how it's done.
Well, I don't know if you know that picture you can see. I don't know if the live stream can see or if. Well, hold on. Is it on the YouTube? Yeah. So that picture that is in the live chat there, I stumbled over that earlier. And this guy must be a surveyor. I think he's in India, so that's why there's some other different language there written, but you can make out that it's plain survey, and you sort of, I watched the whole thing. It sort of comes out of English words, and then it's obviously his own native tongue. And, so it's all like that's all plain surveying, and under that you've got railway, highway, canal, building works, etc.
Yeah. And that says high accuracy.
Says less accuracy. He's a bit confused.
Railways, building work.
Actually, I've just spotted X. So is that excluding, you think? I've just noticed that. Actually, I wonder if that's what he meant. I don't know what he meant by that then, after seeing that X.
He does have an assumption there in the assumptions bit. Level line, plane survey, a level line, straight.
Plane survey. And then he's got the round bit there, and then he's drawn a triangle, and he's got his angles.
Yeah.
And then on the right-hand side of his board, which is what I cut that off of, is his geodetic surveying. And then on that side, he's just got a load of calculations and the ball, and then he's got the triangle, and it's like rounded edges on it. And he's measuring the angles from the triangle that's created by the plane. And then he's measuring the axis from the straight lines. You see what I mean? Hold on, I'll put the
triangle is also in a circle.
Yeah.
Hold on. But anyway, carry on. I'll try and put the other one up if I can get it. Oh, this is the one. Sorry, no, it's a different guy. Hold on, let me just cut this one out.
Yeah, they do. There's a lot of stuff that they're working on assumptions, and they say that's just an assumption, Well, the assumptions are that level is horizontal and that plumb lines are parallel.
Look at the top figure there, that spot put. There's the bicycle wheel again, the spokes.
Yeah.
They can't get away from it. This is bicycle wheel spoke geography.
Yeah. Can you see the bottom left on that last one I put up?
Yeah. Plain
So
triangle.
you've got point A, point B, yeah, and then to the right. Sorry, on that, he's got the globe there or whatever. He's done a circle. He's got A and B with an arrow to it, off of spherical, and then you sort of go to the right, and he's got B and A, yeah, 12 kilometers with a with a round, and then it's got a chord, and then he's got 1 centimeter in there. So I don't know what he means by if there's a 1 centimeter difference in the sagittal there or something. But he's got a plane triangle inside of the spherical triangle, and he's measuring the angle inside the plane triangle and making some sort of
the dotted line.
Yeah. He does that first. He draws that first, and then he draws the spherical one over the top. And again, on the right hand side, you'll see plane, and he's got plane surveying. He's got small curvature, and he's got that cross, saying he does. There's no curvature in the plane surveying. But then he's got less accurate, up than 250 kilometers squared, and then he's got railways, irrigation data, and then whatever that other word is, or irrigation. So they're using, planar for all those, below. So yeah, they're calling it planar, aren't they? Everything's done in planar.
Mm. Yeah, everything's measured in planar surveying, and then whatever calculations are added afterwards for whatever they want to try and transform or shift the coordinates into something else, transform the coordinates. That's what he was doing earlier.
Look there, he's got like the geodetic on the right. So he's got plane, small, geodetic, large, plane, curvature, no curvature, geodetic, tick.
Yeah.
Less accurate, more accurate. And he's got the same measurement there because one stops as one starts with the 250 kilometers. And on the right, he's put survey of India on the geodetic.
Yeah.
So that's how you measure countries, isn't it? That's what he's saying. Like everything, if you want to just measure stuff in reality, like irrigation, railways, use planar. But if you want to measure countries, then you use geodetic.
Well,
who measures countries?
Yeah, well, they did the triangulation of India. They've done the triangulation of the UK.
Yeah, but it wasn't geodetic, was it?
No. Well, I mean,
it's a straight line, right? Yeah. Of course, yeah.
It's like a confusion of what they're talking about. I guess, right, that when they're talking geodetic, and I'll have to get somebody else to deal this with large distances, because all the short distances are done planar, or the large distances are when they are doing triangulation.
Yeah.
And then those triangles, like we showed earlier in the maps, get put together to make those points more and more accurate. So it just means they do it over a larger area, but all of those individual triangulation points get to make it more and more accurate because there are more triangles, right?
Yeah.
I know that when we did I don't know whether it's the second or the third triangulation of the UK in the 60s. They got a lot more accurate. Now, whether that was because they were doing more points in between with more triangles or the tools had just got better, but I can't see how measuring a straight line with an optical device has got any better than it was back in the 60s, right?
Yeah.
Those optical tools are no different as far as I can see.
Exactly. Yeah, they think this new style of surveying has changed things. All it's doing is working off what's already been established.
Yeah, and they're using everything that's already been done to build upon. They're not actually changing. There's a distance between place A and place B that was measured in the 1900s. They're not coming along and saying that's different. They triangulated this position here wrong because they were using the wrong triangles. And they can't be the same because a triangle on a spherical object is impossible, and it's a non-developable surface. You cannot express it on a two-dimensional plane. On a plane. Or on a flat. Like a map. It's the only way it happens is on a map. It's two-dimensional surface, horizontal distances. Those distances can be scaled and they would always be accurate. Right, so tomorrow night we've got logic night. We are going to be going over the parallel logic and whatever Beddy's presentation was. Beddy's presentation. It should be apparently tomorrow night 8 o'clock ish. We'll try and keep to a schedule of 8 o'clock. Go over that. Beddy's meant to be talking to Rumpus tomorrow, so there might be a new thing coming. I think we can wrap this up. Anybody got anything else to do with the geometry and the bridge, Soundly and the wizards?
I do.
Yeah, I'd like to say something on that.
Okay, go on, Rob. You go out the way first. Get yours done.
Yeah. That's it.
Okay. I don't know what you said. Such a shite mic today, Rob. I don't know what you've been doing. Hopefully you can get a better setup. Have you got a new phone? What's happened, Rob? I mean, we are known for being shite mic, but I mean, this is really bad today.
I went back to my really old headset. That's the only one I got right now.
Oh. Right. Thanks, Rob. Go ahead.
No worries, Rob. I know the feeling, mate. I get slagged off mine all the time.
Go ahead, Essie. You ready?
Oh, yeah. I'd like to thank Jesse and Soundly for their work. Because if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have the skateboard paradox. So thank you very much for that, guys. I really appreciate it. And seriously, come on and if you like, and make another case. Maybe you'd like to take another crack at this.
Yeah, I'd really, really like to go over somebody with the geometry of this particular thing. Like I say, we've got a water level test, which will explain why what they're talking about is a load of bullshit. Provably. I can prove to you that these wizards... Yeah, guy in the chat. This is Rakia's bridge. Definitely. In fact, I think we're having the entire lake. Deserves to be Rakia's lake. Soundly's disappeared. He's left it alone. Definitely doesn't deserve to have anything to do with it. And that picture, just one picture. Rakir's got loads of pictures.
Oh, one more thing I forgot to mention, if I may.
What?
It is absolutely preposterous, ridiculous, insane to believe there's a 90-foot hump of water in the middle of Lake Rakia. Preposterous, ridiculous, insane. That's it, I'm done.
Yeah, I'd like to point out again, if that plane is measured and it's a vertical plane, then obviously there is a 28.5 meter hump in the middle that's a higher elevation than the other two ends on the vertical plane. And that's ridiculous. But there are people out there that claim it, and they still do.
I'd like to say a shout out to all the wizards out there. You know, looking down the lumber, 3 coplanar points that lie in the same plane, but it's curved. I mean, it's just a shout out.
All right, guys. Just got from my nap. Y'all ready to go? Start Soundly's recap of my bridge. I don't know how in the world I fell asleep, but I did.
No way. We're just about
I
to
swear, dude.
Rakia fell asleep on his average. It's all right. We'll do the work for you, Rakia.
Yeah, I'm sure y'all did a good job.
You just have a sleep in the back. We've
You
got
had
this
plenty
covered.
of mentions, didn't he? Yeah.
I'd only been up since 2:30, so it wasn't a big deal. When I sat down to listen to this, I was like, well, I'll just lay here for a minute and listen to it.
Put it this way, Rakia, before you fell asleep, you had a bridge named after you. When you woke up, you had a lake named after you. So
it took the whole lake.
Lake Rakia. Yeah, I was awake when I kind of woke up when they said the 90 foot or whatever hump of water in the middle, and SE just talked about it. I mean, if you really think about that, you're standing on one shore and looking 12 miles, and right in the middle of that 12-mile section, like, you know, at 12 miles, it's 90 feet higher than your feet. That's just preposterous. That should really sum it up for everybody right there.
Got to be looking up at that point, right? But you're not.
Yeah,
There's no possible way you're looking up.
The way he's describing it, right? If you go to the center of the bridge and look north and south, that's a 90-foot drop either way.
Yeah.
If the water is 90 foot higher than the chord, or however he says it, it's 90 foot down to the beach on each side.
It's the skateboard.
Oh. Shout out, SE.
Yeah. So yeah, we're up for a chat. If anybody wants to come and try and explain the geometric points that we've brought up today, because we have had people come into the chat and into the Discord that are trying to bring semantical arguments. Seems to be very definitional, and they seem to be going back on what they've said quite a lot. They make an argument and then go back on it, and then loop round to the same argument again. There is a bit of a cycle that we can go through. I think we'll probably be able to write it up as an argument and how this argument progresses in a circle. We'll show.
Yeah,
that.
good point.
And
I would also like to say,
go
on. Well, this is near and dear to my heart, because when I first heard about this topic and started clicking on YouTube, right, Soundly's power line picture was the first thing that I saw. I mean, I've literally grown up around that lake, and, you know, crawfishing and crabbing and trout fishing and all that, duck hunting. And I was like, what? That's right over there. This is world famous. And at the time, I was thinking I lived on a sphere also. So, but when I looked at that picture, I was like, that doesn't look right. I mean, that's not even what it would look like on a sphere, you know, like. So that's what got me started. So that's why this is near and dear to my heart.
Yeah, I could imagine them talking about where I live, like the St. Lawrence River. You know, I live right next to that. And I can imagine them saying like crazy things like that. And you just have to, you know, you grew up there, right? I mean, how are they going to tell you there's a hump of water 90 feet there?
Right. Are we done then?
I think we said it all.
Well, I'll put it up again. We are always up for the proof for proof challenge. I do actually have a proof, and I'm willing to share it with any Glober. I'll just sort of go proof for proof. Obviously, we start at the beginning, so our first proof will be a proof for a straight line, and it will build geometrically from that point to the final conclusion of level being horizontal. I'm sure the Globers have got an idea what it should be. Most people should have an idea of how it geometrically follows one step on leading on to the next. Very simple step, proof for proof. All I've got to do is come and match us, and it will be shown. I mean, we've got other proofs at the minute. Where's Wally? Has a proof. It's ridiculous. It's nobody spotted the flaw in it. To everyone in this server, it's extremely obvious, but we've done a little bit of work into the geometric principles, and it does take a little bit to get your head round the magic trick that's been played. But we have the key to unlock it. We can show people how to unlock the wizardry, how to be able to see the wizardry. So if you want to jump into the next level Discord, we can hopefully try and explain it. But listening to the conversations of some of the people that come in is normally the best way to work out exactly what's going on. Afterwards we can have a conversation about exactly what did go on in the conversations that we do have. Some of them are absolutely hilarious. Just recently, over the last 2-3 days, we've had some of the funniest conversations yet. So please do drop in. I'll give a quick. Just put the Discord server in. Anybody wants to come in, please do. It's always open. The link should be underneath the Discord, underneath the video, but I'll put it in the chat just to make sure. There you go. Anyone, please come into the Discord. The Discord's where it all does happen. The good stuff. And if anything we've gone over tonight on this video you're not quite sure about, again, we will be, and we have been going over this particular bridge, the water, the proofs involved in it, and the logical arguments also involved around it. Come in and we'll explain it if you're not so sure. Okay, I'm going to cut it short now. Thanks for watching.